completely relaxing, and particularly in anticipation of whatever decision President Trump makes vis-a-vis whether to intervene more forcefully in this conflict. The U.S. Embassy here in Jerusalem has announced that it is closed today, tomorrow, and Friday.
Yeah,
No real official reason given, but certainly the timing is not coincidental, I would say, and also particularly given the fact that many Americans are stranded here at the moment and trying to get out of Israel. It's certainly an unusual time in that context for the U.S. Embassy to close for 3 days. So people waiting and watching and preparing for whatever comes, but certainly a sense on the ground, particularly here in Tel Aviv, that people are breathing a little bit easier as a result of what is believed to be significant damage done to Iran's capacity to launch the
Deputy Foreign
My bad.
Breaking news.
Okay.
preparing for whatever
Or you
comes.
can use the hand sanitizer.
What the heck?
It's obvious.
On the ground, particularly here in Tel Aviv, that people are breathing a little bit
That's why they're
easier
trying to
as a
turn off the
result
internet there.
of what is believed to be significant damage done to Iran's capacity to launch those ballistic missiles, which were coming out in full force.
I'm building this crossbow.
Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that they're out of juice, man. They're totally out of juice. They're done. I don't see them coming anywhere or going anywhere with this. It's just not going to happen.
You don't see what? I'm done with Nintendo. Oh, this lady, she's talking again, huh? It's not worth it. Yeah,
The
I know
Switch
it
2
is.
is the last straw.
That's it.
So the Switch 2 is out, and honestly, I wish I could say I was excited.
Wow.
I really, really wanted to be excited. Like many 90s
Yep.
babies, I grew up on Nintendo.
Yes.
They were
Yeah.
my very first gaming love.
That's
Not
right.
just the games, but the feeling
I
of
had
them.
that one.
The wonder, the warmth, the way they pulled you into a world.
I had this one. 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 I had this one and this one, and I did not have.
Those are all
I
so
had
good.
This one and I had this one.
Those are all really good ones.
Yep,
All of them.
things were good.
I wish I
That's a good
had
time.
Super, though. I had a stupid-ass
And
Sega.
made it feel like home. Ocarina of Time was the
Yep.
one that really awoke
Sega
something
was
in me.
dope,
That
but-
opening in Kokiri Forest with the Deku Tree, riding Epona across Hyrule Field, it all
Oh, yeah.
felt so
Rich kid? No, you don't understand. My mom just did not like. She would spend money.
Yeah,
Like we
I've
would
heard
have
this.
$20 left. She would be in debt by $80,000, and she'd be like, "You want Taco Bell?"
Still be buying shit.
Like, yeah.
Alright.
She just did not give a fuck.
Indulge.
massive, like a real
That was
world
it.
that was tucked inside
Yeah,
a little
that
cartridge.
explains
And
a lot
then
why you
Majora's
indulge.
Mask
Yeah.
came along, and
be honest.
my little self had never
Mm-hmm.
felt such
You're
anxiety.
very indulgent.
That eerie moon,
You're just like
the
your mom.
ticking clock, the emotional side quests that
Yeah.
made you care so much in so little time. It was the very first game that
good.
made me
It's
feel
okay.
something beyond just fun. It
Yeah.
was sad, confusing, kind of strange at times.
I could never finish. I didn't like the timeline and the time thing in Ocarina or in Majora's Mask. I liked Ocarina of Time way more, even though I think that the aesthetic of Majora's Mask is way more badass.
And very deep. It wasn't
Just
just
my
Zelda.
opinion.
I was obsessed with Super Mario 64,
I had
running
this one.
wild through Peach's castle,
Yeah.
jumping into paintings,
Mhm.
discovering
Big surprise.
every
I was
secret
obsessed
star.
too.
That game
When people
felt like
moved in.
freedom. And then there were classics like Kirby's Dream Land, Yoshi's
I
Story.
remember I had this one. Yoshi's Story was such a piece of shit compared to Yoshi's Island. Yoshi's Island is still the GOAT undefeated best Yoshi game, and nothing else even comes close.
Donkey Kong 64, Star
Yep.
Fox, Metroid Prime.
Bro, I actually forgot all about this.
Metroid Prime is so
I
good.
was talking to my internet guy, and he's like, "So yeah, you do streaming. So like, what games do you play?" And I was like talking to him about like what games I played, and he's like, "Yeah, man, I've been trying to get my Nintendo 64 to work so I can play Donkey Kong 64." And then we get to talking, and I find out that this guy has played Monster Hunter so much that he has like Hunter rank 400, and he beat Art Tempered Ray Dow in like 7 or like 10 minutes or something like that. Yeah, bro, he's yeah,
He's
just
the
out of
GOAT.
fucking nowhere.
64,
reminded me
Star
seeing
Fox, Metroid
I
Prime,
had all
all
those.
completely different and
Yep.
wonderful in their own way. And every one of them had a vibe, a soul, that
Right,
Nintendo
yeah.
spark that made it feel like you weren't just playing, you were being let in on something very special.
It was a
And
good
then
game.
my parents bought me the original
I love
DS.
how you know exactly where this game is going, or sorry, where this video is going, because she's playing Pal World in the background.
Hell yeah.
Everybody knows exactly where the video is going.
Yes, and just like that, the whole thing was cracked wide open.
I
for
don't
me.
know
That's
if I
how
should-
I found Animal Crossing Wild World, and I
had the
was
first Animal
hooked. I
Crossing.
spent hours in that little village, rearranging furniture, writing
Yep.
letters, fishing for red snappers, and visiting my best friend's town during our weekly sleepovers.
Mm-hmm.
Even now, just hearing the soundtrack makes me very emotional.
I guess that's what girls did. For us, it was called Halo 2 on Xbox Live and calling each other gamer words. But, you know, to each their own.
Takes me right back to those quiet, cozy afternoons
different.
after school, all curled up with that clunky silver DS
Good
with
time listening
nowhere
to
else that I needed
Nirvana.
to be. Truly the epitome of
AC/DC,
nostalgia. I
Van
didn't know
Halen.
it then, but those games were
Linkin
helping to
Park.
shape how I saw everything. Stories, characters, even myself. And for a while, it really felt like Nintendo understood how to make something that mattered. And it didn't stop there.
They
I
did.
basically owned every major
They
Nintendo
did.
console, starting with
still
the
do.
N64, GameCube, Wii,
Yep.
DS,
Okay, I need the.
3DS,
I have that.
even the Wii U, which, in my humble opinion, was ahead of its time, by the way. But
It
I
was
owned
massively ahead of its time. Absolutely fucking based. Iwata took a personal pay cut whenever this console didn't sell well, and it was not even his fault. It was the marketing team's fault, not even his. The Wii U was absolutely amazing. I bought it because I watched Tri-X play Super Mario Maker. And the moment that I saw that, I realized that I needed to. I bought an entire console just to play that one game.
all of them. And when the Switch was announced with Breath of the Wild, I was beyond excited. Like, very cringely crying at the announcement trailer excited. As a Zelda fan, it was everything I'd ever wanted in a game, and to this day, it is still one of my favorites. That launch brought back
See,
so
we're gonna play that soon. I'm gonna try that. I bought both Zeldas and I bought Mario Kart.
much of the old magic, which is probably why I held on for so long and I even wanted to work for them. Like, genuinely. I
My
applied to
dad
corporate
works at
Nintendo PR
Nintendo.
jobs probably 15 to 20 times. I'm not even exaggerating. Back in 2019, I was pursuing PR, and when I got the opportunity to go to E3 that year, the very last E3, by
last
the way,
one.
I actually
COVID
spoke with the
killed it.
Nintendo PR team in person. It was magical. The Nintendo section of the event was so overwhelming and electric, and I remember thinking, this is it.
So cool.
This is what I want. And this is what I want to be a part of. So
Yep.
please hear me out. What we are about to discuss isn't coming from someone who's out to bash Nintendo. This is
Yeah.
coming from someone who genuinely, wholeheartedly, even at times very cringely, loved Nintendo and their games and really believed in what I thought they stood for. But over time, I've started to realize that maybe Nintendo isn't the company I thought they were.
Nope.
What I've seen over the last few
Shit.
years is that my nostalgia goggles have been working overtime and
Yeah.
kept me from really seeing the true nature of a company that I once held so dear to my heart. So let's dive in and let's start.
Hey, can you play Power World on the Nintendo Switch?
You should be able to. That'd be so hilarious.
No?
Soon.
Huh.
Mods.
It's officially out now, and
Cook
sales
'em.
are booming. Records
Yeah.
are being broken, and over 3 million units were sold worldwide on release day. People
of the
are also
Kingdom?
loving
They're not
Mario
good.
Kart World, and I'm genuinely
It's
very happy
cool.
for them. Yes,
That's
the
nice.
game looks like a lot of fun. I just wish I felt something, because more than anything, I just feel tired. At $450 or
Fatigue.
$500 if you get it bundled with Mario Kart
One would
World,
say.
this doesn't feel like a celebration of the next chapter. It feels like Nintendo seeing how far they can stretch our loyalty, how much they can charge us for something that isn't even new, just a little bit newer. And listen, I'm not here to crap on Mario Kart. I actually really like Mario Kart. I do. It's one of those comfort games that's always been there, and it's
I don't. Mario Kart cannibalized F-Zero, and F-Zero was better in every single way. Mario Kart's for kids.
Yeah.
attached
Stupid.
to so many fond memories of playing with friends
That's
and
just-
family.
that's
But
the
even
truth.
though it looks fun,
Everybody
when
knows it.
that's the flagship title for a brand new console launch. I don't know. I personally just couldn't get behind the hype.
It doesn't
It
matter that much,
feels
yeah.
kind of boring, safe, predictable. Nintendo isn't asking,
Oh,
hey, what's
okay.
possible
It's
here?
moving
They're
to the other
asking,
end
what
onto
can
the
we get
gun,
away
too.
with? Because
That's why it's
$80
a
for
20.
Mario Kart World,
That's big money,
not
man.
just a new number. It's a shift in how
That's-
this industry treats its players.
Yep.
And
That's
what surprises
crazy
me,
number,
even though
though.
it shouldn't at this point, is that it's
The
Nintendo
fuck?
of all companies ushering in this new price system. This wasn't them
you.
reluctantly following.
Nintendo had $60 games in Super Nintendo. Nintendo's been the thing is, Nintendo is like it's like your grandma that bakes you cookies, and she's really nice to you and she cares about everything that you care about, but she's also racist. Like, that's it. That's Nintendo. Is that they have a lot of really good things, but there's a few of them that are not so great.
Oh, hold on.
a
I don't
trend
think it
that
works like
I know is
this.
inevitable, but this was them leading the
She has
charge.
a black cat, and it's named.
Setting a precedent, establishing $80 as the new normal, and not with some expansive, genre-pushing new experience, but with an exact game formula that we've literally seen 16 times
Over and
at
over
this
again.
point. And
Yeah.
makes you ask, why? Because meanwhile, I'm looking at games like Helldivers 2,
Yep.
Hi-Fi Rush, Lies of P, Remnant 2, Claire
That was a good
Obscure,
one.
Baldur's Gate 3, and so many more. Games that have real creative vision, some with massive campaigns,
Yeah.
even some with fleshed out co-op systems, launching at or below $60. And many of these games are taking risks and really pushing boundaries, and somehow they're still finding a way to be more accessible.
Well-
So when Nintendo drops a new console and leads with yet another Mario Kart at a higher price than ever before, it doesn't feel like they're honoring their legacy. It feels like
It feels like they're cashing in, bro. Like, it does. It absolutely does. Like, I love Nintendo
Oh,
too. Like, I mean, I
okay.
could
Well, I
tell the
fucked
same
up
stories
somewhere.
that she did, like 100%. But the
Install
reality is that
820
it's weird. It's
Stainless
very
steel
weird.
spring. Okay.
$80 for
And a
Mario
12
Kart.
they're
M312.
monetizing it.
Why
like
didn't it
they're
say
using
that?
it against
Fuck.
us. Actually,
Feels
kind
like
of
a
feels like a
non-issue.
slap in the face. That sting.
I think it's easy to say it's a non-issue if, like, it's easy to say it's a non-issue if, like, money
Well-
isn't an issue for you, or if you feel like the games are good.
Yeah,
But
I
the
feel
fact
like you're
is
just
that,
burning
like,
your
if you
money.
Compare a lot of like the Switch 2,
Yeah,
its release titles with the Switch 1's release titles are like,
yeah. I don't fucking waste money on bullshit ass games. Come on, man. You're just recreating. I was so pissed off when they just recreated games, bro. And movie games, such trash, like garbage. Just digging your hand deeper into that piggy bank. You fucking. I don't know. Some of these companies, you just pass the point of being. I believe in capitalism, but you just push it too fucking far.
I go back to, like the GameCube, its release titles, or like, Pikmin and Luigi's Mansion. Like, the fact is that it's just, it's a pretty weak release, all things considered.
Yeah.
Little remakes being $60, $80. Yeah, that's crazy.
It literally
It's pretty badly.
remakes.
And yes, to be fair, the Switch 2 is a technical upgrade. 4K
It
visuals,
is.
better battery, smoother performance,
From the
more
Switch 1.
storage. It's all technically better on paper, but
Yes.
it doesn't feel like a new era. It seems like a slightly fancier version of something that we already had. And for
Yep.
me personally,
Yes,
this
like the Wii U.
realization of who Nintendo is not like a sudden moment of awakening. I've quietly been stepping back from them for a while now. And not because I stopped.
I think that the Nintendo Switch 2 is probably their least innovative console they've ever made.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
Super Nintendo was at the time the cutting edge for graphics. The Nintendo 64
Yeah, but what happened is PlayStation fucking left them and took them out. Literally fucking took them out because they backed up on a deal because they're too stupid and don't want to. I don't know. They're too greedy. Something's going on with that company. It's been that way for a long time. I was pissed off at Nintendo, and when the PlayStation came around, I was like, fuck Nintendo. You know?
or in its name was the fact that it was a 64-bit system, the only one on the market. Then you had the GameCube, which was more experimental, but they did take a few risks, and the games were cheaper than the Xbox and PlayStation alternatives in a lot of cases. And they tried those smaller discs. I would say the GameCube was not great. But then you had the Wii, which was, in my opinion, the most generationally successful console of all time. Maybe, I mean, you could say, like, for outside of gamers, it was the most successful console. Inside of gamers, it was the second most successful console, with the first one being PlayStation 2, in my opinion. And then you go and you look at the Wii U, which was a completely portable console, insane fucking innovation. The Switch, which was the taking the Wii U and then perfecting it to be a perfect version of itself. And the Switch 2 is just simply the same thing. It's basically a copy paste.
Yeah, it's copy pasta.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like OG Game Boy trendsetter, yeah. I don't really feel like the Switch 2 really brings a lot to the table that wasn't already there.
Never
Stop
did.
loving their games.
Glazing Nintendo? Well, no, it's the opposite. I'm contextualizing Nintendo's previous W's over the past 30 years and comparing it to their current, maybe lowercase L. I mean, the Switch 2 isn't awful, right? It's not a bad console, but it's just not something that's innovative in a way that's unique. And also when you have places like Steam or you have places like, Xbox now that are making their own portable consoles, the portable console selling point no longer exists.
Because I started seeing the patterns, the choices, and the shifts. And at this point, it's pretty clear that this Switch 2 release is not just about a new price tag or a genuine attempt at launching something new. It's just another step in the same pattern that's been repeating for years. Back in the day, this used to be the company that took risks, that made
that was my fucking game right there. Oh my God.
Magic, that redefined entire genres and invited us into something truly special. But now, kind of just seems like they're relying on the fact
I have this one. I think I might have this one too, actually. But I know I have this one.
That will show up no matter what, even though they are so often very anti-consumer. It's because they know our nostalgia runs incredibly deep, and the more I've seen it, the harder it has been to unsee. Nintendo,
I think it's not even nostalgia. I think Nintendo is so I think the big problem is that Nintendo is a Japanese company, and a lot of Japanese cultural norms, like for example, like not giving away games at all, are because this is something like, for example, like the Wii, I think it was like the Switch, like Wii Fit or something like that came for free with the Wii, or like maybe the Switch. Reggie was the one that apparently had convinced them of doing that. And so the big problem is that now Wii Sports, yeah, exactly. And they were like, well, why should we give this away for free? Well, there's an investment to that. And Reggie pushed that. He did. And so, again, I think this is there's a big cultural clash, too, between the way that Western players see Nintendo and see the way that Nintendo does business and Japanese players do. And that lack of localization or local communication is a huge issue. Sony has overcome that. But Nintendo, I think, hasn't, which is a good and a bad thing. But this is the bad part of it.
I can only describe as weaponized nostalgia. They've turned our childhood memories into a soulless business model. And the part that really hurts is that it works. It worked on me for so long.
Yeah,
I've been the Nintendo fangirl who's bought the remakes, re-releases, and updated ports, even though I knew deep down that what they were offering was not anything new. And
that's fine. You can be a shit eater. You just have to know that what you're eating isn't chocolate. That's fine. Just never convince yourself it's chocolate.
Looking back on it, I don't know. I guess it was because I didn't feel like I was buying a game. It felt like I was buying a memory. And Nintendo knows that. They know that we remember how it felt to blast through alien worlds in Metroid Prime, or how it felt to spend hours raising your perfect Nintendog like it was your actual childhood pet. They know we feel these titles in a way that goes beyond gameplay. And they have perfected the art of re-releasing titles, sometimes only mildly updated at full price, locking legacy content behind paywalls and subscriptions, and offering nostalgia not as a gift, but as a heartless transaction. And just a quick side note that I found out while I was writing out the video. Do you want to talk about Heartless? Because I just found out that Nintendo actually replaced the voice actress for Princess Peach after 18 years. And they didn't even tell her. She found out with the rest of the world when the new Mario Kart game came out. That's actually insane. But anyway.
Jesus. Why? What the fuck happened?
To get back on track,
oh my God.
There's always been a huge difference between celebrating fan love and exploiting it. And for me, it seems like Nintendo has lived long enough to finally see themselves become the villain. So moving on from the Switch 2 release, at some point I started looking at how Nintendo treats the people who love their games. And what I
Got the
found
DMCAs,
honestly broke my
yep.
heart a little bit. Because Nintendo doesn't just protect its legacy, they police it. Let's start with content creators. This is nothing new. For many years now, Nintendo has been going after them. Streamers,
Yes.
YouTubers,
Fuck you,
musicians.
Nintendo.
Nintendo used to have, and she's new to YouTube, so she might not remember this, but maybe she does. Nintendo used to have a special creator program, and they would take part of your revenue if you make YouTube videos about Nintendo games. And you had to be enrolled in a separate Nintendo creator program, and they only rolled that back maybe like 8 years ago or 7 years ago. Yeah, I couldn't put videos on YouTube. Yeah, I'm telling you, it was crazy.
For doing
Yeah,
what
so they're like
Nintendo's
they're doing
really
well now.
Yeah, but Nintendo's deleting itself from the internet. Like, you're just not going to exist. You're going to be a thought and a memory. You might stay alive with your Japanese audience and some of your nostalgic people in America, but your company is dying. Literally dying. You got 2 hearts, bro. 2 hearts left. Link, you're not going to make it. You're not going to save Princess Zelda this time.
honestly most other gaming companies celebrate, sharing their love for the brand and its IP. Somehow I managed to kind of turn a blind eye to most of this until the Point Crow situation. He was a YouTuber who turned a blind eye.
I received copyright takedown on my account, suspended 48 hours, streaming Age of Calamity despite being out in Australia, Japan. I don't think this is really a big deal, personally. Sometimes there's just mistakes that happen, and like people get access to a game early, and it's a mistake with the publisher or a mistake with the advertising agency. This isn't really that big of a deal, and it's happened with a lot of games in the past. Yeah, this happens.
To
But the
most
other
of
part
this
doesn't.
until the Point Crow situation. He was a YouTuber who was making
Yes.
these really incredible Breath of the Wild mod videos. Fun, creative, and totally original. And then one
Mod
day,
videos, you
Nintendo
say?
claimed and struck 27 videos.
Yep,
No
mod.
warning, no conversation, just straight up attacked. And it wasn't
Wow.
just his Breath of the Wild mods, it was any content that featured them, including other
Holy
creators who
shit.
had collaborated
Yeah,
with
I heard
them,
about
and
this.
all got wiped out like a perch. And it made me pause because these weren't leaks and they weren't made to be malicious. It really
I think this is ridiculous. The idea that they can copyright strike you for modding their game.
Yeah.
I think after you mod a game, after you buy a game, you should have the right to mod the game if it's
Yeah.
a single player game.
Oh, absolutely. You should have the right to
Basically
just
no restrictions.
yeah. You should
Unless
have a
you're
right to fuck
reselling
with it however
that's
you
your
want.
property
It's
now.
it's your piece of
And
art.
I think that there needs to be a certain level of consumer protection that exists in order to ensure that that's the case. That's nuts. No, it is. It's totally unfair. Don't agree at all? No, I think that whenever you spend money, if you are spending money for something, you should get something out of the money that you're spending.
Yeah, I could go
The
burn it
reality
if
is
I want
that-
to. I could go take it out back and burn the fucking shit. That's modding it, isn't it? It's my property. I should be able to do whatever the fuck I want with it. That's what I don't understand about any of the Nintendo's bullshit. But whatever. Whatever's clever, man. I mean, I do understand you want to save your legacy and you want to save money, but you're dying. And you could die. That's fine. But I don't think people are going to want to pay that price. That $80 is kind of steep for a nostalgic game. But I could see the way you want to keep your art intact and you want to keep it. But the thing is you keep changing the same piece of art over and over again. And then you're telling people not to modify that art. Like if I buy a picture, I could do whatever the fuck I want to it. If I buy a painting of Picasso, it's my fucking choice. I can paint that shit. I can burn it. I can do whatever the fuck I want with it. I bought it.
When you take that away from somebody and you say that it doesn't matter whether you're spending money, you're still going to have to follow all of these arbitrary rules that don't make any sense, even after you bought this, there's no reason that we as the public have to put up with this. A lot of consumer protection laws exist right now for unfriendly business practices that companies like this do that serve no purpose other than to inconvenience the consumer and to control the experience beyond what was paid for. The fact is that I think we as consumers get to decide if enough people in America, keep this in mind, if enough people in America and enough people in Europe decide that it's against the law to be able to do this, then it's against the law to be able to do it. There is no reason why we should tolerate this type of behavior. It's outrageous. When you purchase something and you spend your money on it, you're entitled to be able to use that product and that tool for what you decided to pay it with, what you decided to do it with. That's it. So if you're buying a car, somebody else offers you a chip, so it only uses 1% gas, 3 speed. Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, it's a car. It's right to repair. Yeah. Asia, though, different ballgame. I don't care what Asia does. Asia can have whatever rules they want. Just because it's an Asian company doesn't mean that they get to enforce Asian laws here in America. That's not how it works. The fact is that this is America, and I think that there should be consumer protections for mods. And if you buy a video game and it's not a multiplayer online video game, you should be able to mod it and do whatever you want with that game. And the publisher and the developer shouldn't be able to do a fucking thing to you because you bought that game and that's your right to do with what you paid your money for. It's outrageous. It's an outrageous overstepping of boundaries. And I don't know why anybody tolerates it at all. Does Nintendo sell a game or a license? They sell a license. They all sell a license. But just because you sell a license doesn't mean you just get to rewrite all of the rules based on that. There are plenty of consumer protections that exist. And also the nature of what a license is defined by the government. So if I ask the government to redefine what a license is, I think that's totally fair because government are the ones that decided what it was to begin with. There's too many rules? Exactly. Yeah, it's too many rules. You shouldn't have that. You should be able to do whatever you want. They do it with physical copies. I disagree about single player only modding. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know why. I mean, you disagree. Okay, what does that mean? I don't even know why somebody would type that. A major reason this doesn't work for Nintendo is selling a console is near a net loss. It's not in their interest for you to buy a console and no games because you're playing freeware. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm not talking about modding and like stealing games. Obviously, pirating games is bad. But the difference is that if you purchase a video game, I think that you should have the right to mod that game with no restrictions.
Yes.
Unless it's a multiplayer online game that interacts with other people, because at that point, you are using Nintendo's servers.
Was just fan content that was made out of love, and Nintendo really cracked down on it like it was a threat. And this was not an isolated case. One that has really stuck with me was Gilvasunner. And if you didn't know, Gilvasunner's channel used to be one of the only places online where you could find full Nintendo soundtracks. For years, Nintendo basically had these locked up very tight unless you were able to purchase a physical CD from Nintendo themselves. They weren't on Spotify, Apple Music, Nintendo's YouTube channel, no official platform to listen to any of it. And Gilva wasn't even trying to profit from this. There were no ads or monetization, just the original music uploaded for fans who wanted to relive the moments those songs came from. It was really a gift to the community. And then it was gone. Nintendo initially sent over 1,300 takedown notices, and after that, it was followed by another 2,200.
You're cooking your company. You're literally cooking your own company right now. You're literally cooking your own company. I don't know what majority of market that of products, pretty much what we purchase. So our purchasing power is probably significant to this Japanese company, to this Asian company. They might want to rethink their strategy in doing these kind of things, bro. Like we're pretty much done with this bullshit.
This might sound a little bit dramatic, but that was kind of a big turning point for me when it came to how I viewed them. Just a little side note / confession, but as a former Disney adult who has learned the error of her ways, I feel pretty qualified to say this.
Jesus.
Nintendo really is the Disney of gaming. They're wholesome on the surface, very full of magic and memories, but underneath, there's a very quiet,
it's a corporate
malicious control. And both companies know how to tug at your childhood heartstrings while handing out copyright strikes and ulterior motives on the side. At the time I was watching this unfold, the more I sat with what happened to Gilvasunner, the more it made me wonder, why is Nintendo's music so locked away to begin with? These soundtracks have some of the most iconic songs in gaming. They were emotional, timeless, and they were very deeply personal for so many of us. And like I said earlier, Animal Crossing Wild World was my comfort game. And yet, at the time, there was basically no way for me to go listen to it legally. It felt like Nintendo had locked away their history in a vault, and they just would not let anyone open it up. And
that's what's so weird to me about this, is that I don't even really think that this serves Nintendo's goals. It doesn't really help Nintendo. It doesn't do anything in Nintendo's favor. it just basically handicaps them and it makes it more restrictive for no reason.
There, I started noticing so many other examples. Fan games getting shut down,
Yep.
community passion projects being wiped out. And listen, I get it.
lot of
IP
those.
protection is legally within their right. But it all
Yeah.
just felt like they were going out of their way to crack down on this, acting very aggressive.
By the way, I don't think that it is. I think that if you mod a video game, you should be able to do that. That's not within their right. You bought the game, you should do whatever you want with it.
Cold and even heartless,
Yeah.
especially when you
It's
look
just
around
it's
at
retarded.
many other companies, Sega, Capcom, Xbox, PlayStation, even some indie studios, and you see them amplifying creators, lifting
It's
them up.
abusive IP. IP is it's a concept. It's an abstract concept that's defined by people and governments. I'm just saying to redefine the concept. I don't like the way the concept is currently identified and defined. I think that it's unfair. And so I think they should redefine it. It's very simple.
Letting the fans be a part of the legacy, but Nintendo doesn't really do that.
And,
They
and
continue.
also, so another reason why I just want to follow that up a little bit more. The reason why I'm okay with that is because people are doing this without malicious intent. These are not people that are doing this in order to hurt the game. They're not trying to subvert spending money on the game. They're not trying to steal a product. They're just simply trying to enjoy the game in a different way. And so when I look at should something be allowed or not, I think about, is the person that's asking for it to be allowed acting in good faith? And I think in terms of Nintendo, most of the people that are trying to ask for a little bit more, control here are acting in good faith.
To pull the
And they're
plug
not bad
again and
actors.
again. And over time, I started wondering if maybe I had just been giving them the benefit of the doubt simply because I grew up loving them. So at this point, after the Gylfasunner takedown, I had already started to feel uneasy. The creator takedowns, the fan projects, the legacy content, it was all feeling a lot more controlling than caring. But the moment that truly stopped me in my tracks was when I heard the story of Gary Bowser. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't even
this
know about
guy.
any of this until
How is it that there's two people with the last name Bowser? I've never heard anybody else with the last name of Bowser. And there's, I think, Gary Bowser and Doug Bowser that are both involved with Nintendo. It's like, this is the kind of shit that makes me believe that we're living in a simulation.
Yeah.
I listened to
Really?
an episode of Darknet Diaries, which, by the way, Jack does an incredible job explaining all of this. I'll link it in the description for you.
Yeah.
Now, I obviously knew at this point Nintendo could be very protective of their IP, but this was on a whole other level. Gary was a part of a group called Team Executor, and what they did was build and sell mod chips, little pieces of hardware that you could install in your Nintendo consoles to run homebrew apps, custom firmware, and
Sure.
yes, pirated games. But people also use those mods for stuff that wasn't necessarily piracy. They used it to run backups of games they already owned.
I have no problem with them shutting down piracy stuff. I don't. And I have no issue with that at all. I think that a company should be able to do whatever they want to shut down piracy because it's stealing and it's again, malicious intent.
Or just experiment with the system
But
for their
obviously they went way farther than that, which is why it's bad. But I'm just saying at a baseline, piracy is not something that I think that any company should have to tolerate. It's stealing. Buying is not owning. Yes, and piracy is not stealing. It's piracy. It's a different term. This Reddit take that you have is just retarded. It's a retarded, haha, gotcha, without thinking about it word. You change, man? No, I've said this for forever. I've always been against piracy. I've always been against, actually, I'm not even against piracy. Like, I've pirated things. But what I am against is the idea that companies shouldn't be able to protect themselves from piracy. Because I think that that's malicious.
personal use, things that were really never going to be available through Nintendo directly. Gary essentially became
I've
the fall
always
guy
said
for
this.
the entire
Always
organization,
said
and
this.
Nintendo came down on him in a way that was very extreme. In 2020, Gary was arrested at gunpoint in the Dominican Republic and extradited to the US. By 2022,
Didn't Nintendo literally use the Pinkertons? Let me see if I can figure this out. No, it was Wizards of the Coast. Okay, never mind. All right, yeah, okay.
he'd been sentenced to 3 years in prison and ordered to pay $14.5 million in damages, $4.5 million in restitution, and then another $10 million from a civil suit. And after he got out early, he still owed all of it. And he started paying Nintendo back 25 to 30% of his monthly income, which at one point was just $25 a month from his prison library job. He'll basically be paying them for the rest of his life. When I heard that, my stomach dropped. I genuinely felt heartbroken for him. Yes, what he and the rest of the team were doing was illegal, and they did profit off of it, but Gary was just one man. And are we really saying the punishment fits the crime here? Because whatever legal lines were crossed, this felt less like justice and more like hatred and wrath. And not just for what he did, but for daring to even touch Nintendo's closed system. And the part that really got me with this is Nintendo tried to get Sony and Microsoft to back them up here, to join the lawsuit and make it a united front against piracy. Both companies said no. Both Sony and Xbox, billion-dollar publishers in their own right, refused to be a part of it. Even they seemed to think that it was too far. And again,
It's too far
I
for
am not
one man.
here to outright defend piracy, really. There's a whole conversation to be had about access, preservation, and ethics.
I think that it's very simple. If you can buy the product from the developer, then piracy is not ethical. If you can't buy the product from the developer, then piracy is ethical. So, for example, if there's a video game that isn't offered by a publisher, then it's completely okay for you to pirate it or to, to emulate it. But if you are using piracy as a market replacement for actually buying a game, then you are acting in bad faith.
But this felt incredibly
legal
cruel
advice?
and predatory.
Yes, it is.
Nintendo did not just want to stop Gary from what he was doing. They wanted to make him an example. And for me, this was the defining moment when I knew Nintendo was no longer the company that I had loved for decades. And if you thought Gary Bowser's case was just a one-off or a legal overreach in a rare situation, it wasn't. Because not long after that, Nintendo set its sights on something much bigger and arguably much more telling. You might have already guessed it, but I'm talking about Palworld. You probably remember when it blew up. A very weird,
Bro, this is so embarrassing.
chaotic blend of Pokemon-style creature collecting and open-world survival mechanics. It was
Yeah.
really messy, it was wild, but it was so much fun. People were
I'm
very
sure, yeah,
obsessed,
it was fun
myself
as shit.
included. And yes, come on, it clearly was inspired by Pokemon. That's not a secret.
Everybody knows that. If you think Palworld wasn't inspired by Pokemon and copy-pasted from Pokemon, look at Anubis and Lucario. Bro, like, look at Lugia and Jet Dragon. Like, come on. What are we talking about?
You could throw a spear, you could collect little pals, you ride them, you battle them. It was Pokemon adjacent,
Yes, one-to-one.
absolutely. But here's the thing.
Blatant.
It wasn't a copy. The characters were different.
Some
The
of
art
them were.
direction,
That's true.
tone, many mechanics were different. It took a very familiar genre and gave it a bold, slightly unhinged twist. And for the first time in years, fans were saying,
to go to the
why doesn't
hardware store
Nintendo
for
try
those?"
stuff like this?
And
Instead of
it's also keep in mind that there's no unique creativity that Nintendo put into Pokemon either. If you look at Dragon Quest that predates Pokemon, a lot of things in Pokemon were also in Dragon Quest. So it's not like, oh wow, they came up with all these unique, amazing things and like nobody ever thought of this. But obviously, like, you know, Pokemon copied Dragon Quest, Palworld copied Pokemon. Both of these things are true.
taking that feedback in stride, instead of rising to the challenge, listening, learning, evolving, Nintendo did what they've been doing for a while now.
Yes.
They sued. Together with the Pokemon Company, they
Of course.
filed a patent infringement
Of course.
lawsuit against the Palworld dev team. Not over character design, surprisingly, not even over branding, but over mechanics. Things like throwing a Pal Spear to catch creatures, using them in combat, riding them across the world. And because of all of this, the Palworld team had to actually go in and change all of those features. They stripped out mechanics that players loved.
You now can no longer throw your... Remember how in Palworld you would throw your ball at what you wanted the Pal to attack? and then it would automatically start on aggressive. They got rid of that feature. You can't do that anymore.
Not because they were unethical, but because they simply couldn't defend themselves against a legal juggernaut.
Yep.
And just like with the Gary Bowser case, Nintendo tried to bring
Nintendo has never lost a legal case that they have initiated.
their companies into the fight. Sony
In
and
Japanese
Microsoft
court.
were purportedly approached
Japanese
to
Which,
back
keep in
them again.
mind, Pow World is made by Pocket Pair, and Pocket Pair or whatever owns them is a Japanese company.
Here, and again they declined. They did not want to be a part of it, and all of this says
They
a lot
literally got
because
them
this
by the
could have
balls.
been a
No,
big
yes,
moment
you're
for
right.
Nintendo, a wake-up call, an opportunity for them to ask, what is it that people are responding to? Why are they so excited about this? What can we learn from this? But instead of innovation, they chose.
Well, I think that there's probably what I believe, this is my personal belief, is that I bet there are so many guys that worked on the marketing department or the development team or on the Pokemon team at Nintendo that the moment that Pow World came out and saw so much success, they were probably saying, bro, see, I told you they'd buy this. I told you they wanted this. Why didn't you guys listen to me? I guarantee you they were saying, see, I knew this was what they wanted. Why didn't they do this? And so, yeah, I told you, I think internally Nintendo probably did pick Pow World and respect it. But obviously they're not going to do that legally.
Litigation. And to me, it was not a stand for creativity or IP protection. The Pokemon formula has been around for literally 30 years. We all know what it is and where
Everybody
it comes
knows
from.
it.
And Power World was not going to change that. No. This was Nintendo being a bully and swinging at anything that threatened the comfort of their complacency. They had an opportunity to grow, to evolve, to take
Super
advantage of
Mario's-
someone
No, I
already
haven't.
laying the groundwork for them. But instead, they chose violence. And after everything, the creator takedowns, the lawsuits, the silencing of innovation, you think
Yep.
maybe Nintendo would at least try to get one thing right. Their
Nope.
legacy. I remember when Nintendo Online was first announced. It sounded like such a win, a way to legally revisit classic titles, play old favorites, dive back into the library that built up this brand. And at first, I was so hopeful. But the reality has been frustrating at best. Games get added randomly. Some months it's not much. Other months it's one obscure NES title. No one
There's
really
just too many subscription services nowadays. It's
Yeah.
just people are getting eaten
It's just
alive.
it's just another one I don't want. I don't need.
Like most people, I bet probably have half a dozen subscriptions to things that are non-essential. Like besides like your phone payment, there's so many of these now. It's nuts. Boiling Frog, yeah, it's like they're just taking little bites out of you, little things. Nintendo loses legal battle against a supermarket named Super Mario. Fuck them. That's what they get.
asked for. Entire consoles like Game Boy Advance or N64 still feel incomplete, and sometimes titles will just disappear without warning or explanation. They're just gone. And now, with the launch of the Switch 2, I thought maybe they would just try to clean things up a bit. GameCube has finally joined the retro lineup, which is very awesome. But they
Wow.
only added 3 games at launch. Wind Waker,
What? That's it? I mean, I had all 3 of these games, but still.
Soul Calibur 2, and F-Zero GX.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a cool trio, I guess, but it's also pretty bare bones for a console with so many legendary titles. And yeah, I know more are coming, but why launch with so few? Why not take the easy win here and give your fans what they've been begging you for years? Beyond the catalog, the performance isn't always there either. Sometimes there's lag, some games have awkward control schemes, others don't support cloud saves. It doesn't really feel like a premium service. It feels like something Nintendo begrudgingly maintains, and definitely not something that they can be proud of. The thing is I've always wanted to support something like this. I actually am very happy to pay to play these games legally.
See, there's a thing that people might not remember about Nintendo is that back in the day, you used to be able to call the Nintendo hotline.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter if you had an issue with Super Ghosts and Ghouls, Super Mario, your power converter, or anything. Nintendo would sit down with you and figure it out with you, and they would solve your fucking problem.
Yeah.
You could call in the year 2008, and you could say, my Super Nintendo isn't turning on. and they would say, "Okay, sir, let me reassign you." And then there would be some fucking guy, some wizard that would sit down with you and help you fix your super fucking Nintendo. Not the same company? Hey. But remember that? Yeah, that's right.
I want to revisit
yes.
the titles that shaped me in a clean, easy way.
Oh, yes, they had the video. I forgot all about the video, yes.
But Nintendo has made it so hard. It's like they're sitting on this treasure trove of nostalgia, this very beautiful, powerful legacy. And instead of sharing it or celebrating it with us, they keep it to themselves and withhold it. They kind of hold it over us like drugs, honestly, banking on the fact that we'll continue to play the part of the willing addicts who will be so happy for even the tiniest drop. It really is.
I'm done.
I don't understand Nintendo's strategy in general, because I think that they sabotage themselves. Like, for example, why can't you make a version of Armored Core that is called Star Fox? Why not? That would be really cool. Why have you discontinued so many super successful franchises? Why is every Pokemon game bad? Why is this? And it's honestly like just it's a quality question that I have. Like, and Nintendo can apologize for this very easily. All they need to do is they need to commission or pay From Software to make the next Legend of Zelda. That's all they need to do. And say, look at Link to the Past and do this. That's all. Apology will be completely accepted. All of these DMCAs, totally understandable. As shit happens, right? That's all they need to do. Look at that and Twilight Princess.
Heartbreaking, but at this point, I'm not even really mad about it. I'm just tired and maybe still a little bit sad. Now, again, to be clear, this video is not meant to shame anybody. If you bought the Switch 2 or you're part of Nintendo Online and you're loving it, I think that's great. Truly. I am not here to steal joy away from anyone.
3 games
this video really is just to talk about how I can't ignore how much my own relationship with Nintendo has changed over the years. And I don't love them anymore. Not the company, not like I used to. And that's difficult to say out loud because I grew up on these games. I spent summers chasing stars in Mario 64, winters decorating my Animal Crossing home, racing my siblings in Mario Kart, riding Epona across Hyrule Field like it was the most magical thing in the world. And for me, these were not just games. They were a part of my childhood. And that's why all of this hurts so much, because the company that once led with a full heart and love for gaming feels like it's running on autopilot, giving us the
they just suck. Like, I mean, the games suck. Like, they make some good games, but like a lot of them are, I think, kind of mediocre. They should be way better than they are.
Absolute bare minimum. Comfortable, safe, lazy, greedy. We're getting less and paying more. And look, the industry as a whole is a bit of a mess right now, but it's still fair for us to ask for better, to feel valued as customers, to want these companies to care. And for a long time, I really believed that Nintendo did, that they were different, that they stood for something. But now
I'm not like those other
hard
companies.
to see how that could still be true. I always joke that my relationship with Nintendo is super toxic because even after all of this, even after how I've seen how they treat their consumers and fans, part of me still hopes that they'll change. Because
to me, I believe that I have totally transcended this toxic relationship that I have with video games and with video game companies. And I did it with WoW. I used to hope so much. I used to get mad. I would get mad reading patch notes in WoW. Now it's just like, oh, you guys did something stupid? Well, that's too bad. I'm going to go do something else. And like, that's the way I feel now, is that when I see something like even Night Rain, like I wasn't particularly, I didn't like the way Night Rain was. Like there were some good things about it, but it just really wasn't for me. And I didn't get mad at From Software. I'm like, oh, okay, this one's not really for me. I'll hopefully play the next one and it'll be good. And I've totally disconnected from any degree, and I've tried to, any degree of brand loyalty. Like, if the last game was good, then I hope this game's going to be good. If it's not, well, then that's too bad, right? And then maybe I'll play something else or whatever. And like I did that with Zenless Zone Zero, too. Like, I went and you'd be the last person playing. You've come a long way. Everybody's saying that I'd be the last person playing WoW. Well, I still love WoW. I mean, I do. I just haven't really played it recently because I just haven't really felt like it. And like it's the same with Nintendo. Like if they bring out a good
Fuck. Stop skipping.
Legend of Zelda game, you guys have to understand that this is the level of my resolve. When I had Breath of the Wild come out and they said it was 30 FPS, I said, okay, I'm going to wait for it to come out in 60 FPS. I just bought Breath of the Wild for 60 FPS on the Switch 2, and I'll be playing it for the first time soon. Yep. I'll just wait. That's okay. They'll figure it out. Not a big deal.
They could. It really would be so easy. If they wanted to, they could be the company that supports creators instead of silencing them, shares their legacy instead of locking it away, prioritizes joy over control, and evolves instead of punishing innovation. I really would love nothing more than to fall back in love with them. But right now, it just seems like Nintendo is going to keep being Nintendo. Just very stuck and too happy to stay that way. The love that I once had for them was so real and the magic really mattered. But the company behind that magic, it feels further away than
It's
ever.
not there anymore.
If you made it to the end of this video, seriously, thank you so much. And I would love to hear your story. What made you fall in love with Nintendo? Are you still in love with them? Or have you also had a bit of a breakup with them like me? Let me know in the comments. And thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
I just feel like, especially like if you go back and you look at like the Super Nintendo and the like N64, those games were like generationally insanely good. This is a great video, and I think that she represents. There's a video. Give it a like. I definitely feel that way. And I link the video. Yeah, there you go. By the way, what's this here? Let me go back. I'll look at it. By the way, Breath of the Wild is more a Souls-like game than you can imagine. Yeah, I heard about that a little bit. And Boohoo Nintendo's villainy, her emotional manipulation is tiring. Yeah, but so is Nintendo's, and that's what she's talking about.
Let's go right to Mike Tobin with the latest on the ground in Tel Aviv. Mike.
Big neck.
Hey there, Todd. The Iranian ballistic missile attacks continued here in central Israel overnight. There were two separate attacks that came just after midnight local time. That caused people here in Tel Aviv in particular to scramble for the bomb shelters. The missile defense systems did their jobs. Multiple explosions in the skies over Tel Aviv. Several missiles did reach the ground. A parking lot was hit. No reports of injury. Israeli warplanes were active last night. The IDF says some 50 fighter jets took to the air and hit some 20
God damn, 50 jets? What the fuck?
Targets in Iran overnight. The targets include sites that produce raw materials and components for missiles. Israel sent warnings into southwest Tehran for people to evacuate before targets were struck there.
Great.
We've struck deep, hitting Iran's nuclear, ballistic, and command capabilities. The Iranian regime has spent years getting closer to a nuclear weapon. They have spent billions building a ballistic missile program. Our mission is clear: to remove the threat at its source.
Yeah, good. Great.
The U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem announced it is closing during this stage of the conflict. This follows damage to the U.S. consulate in Tel Aviv caused by a missile impact. No injuries resulting from that. It is also in step with most of the businesses in Israel closing while the missile attacks continue.
Yeah,
President Trump and Iran's leader traded shots over social media.
The bombs,
President Trump posting unconditional surrender, implying that is meant for the Grand Ayatollah. Khamenei, for his part, posted the battle begins 6 days into this stage of the conflict. Carly and Todd.
And Mike, you know,
he says the battle begins. Bro, they probably know where you are on a satellite that's in outer space. Meanwhile, you're tweeting out AI videos of you blowing up Israel, and all your rockets are getting intercepted, and you're so afraid of people figuring this out that you have to turn off the internet. Like, what are you thinking? What a retard.
Long Iran has used its terror proxies, Hezbollah and the Houthis, to do their dirty work. Have those groups said anything about jumping into this and helping Iran out now?
Aren't they all dead?
Well, the Houthis have fired several missiles in the direction of Israel at this point. We have out of Lebanon.
Yeah, but they do that all the time. It doesn't even matter.
On word, certainly that the president, Joseph Aoun, is encouraging Hezbollah to stay out of the fight. Keep in mind that Hezbollah...
That is going to be really funny if, like, Iran has sent these clowns money for so many years, and it's going to be like the, you know, like the Syrian, I think it's Syrian president, like, used to be an ISIS, you know, like, fucking leader, you know, he had a 10 million bounty, and then, like, Trump meets him, you know, after he takes over Syria, basically, he's like, yeah, really good-looking guy, super tough military history. And then next thing you know, he goes and he says, yeah, we're going to shoot down any, yeah, if you want to, you want to shoot missiles at Iran? Yeah, you can use our airspace. It's fine. Like, are they going to have their own fucking terrorists roaching out on them? I think that's what might happen.
Has been badly weakened since this war began following October 7th. And the people of Lebanon have endured now 4,000 people who have been killed during this stage of the conflict and $11 billion in damage. So you can see why Lebanon's president is encouraging Hezbollah to stay out of it.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, what a difference a pager attack makes. Mike Tobin, live for us in Tel Aviv. Mike, thank you so much.
Well, they killed their main guy, that Hassan Nasrallah. Like, that was their main dude. And that guy was smart, man. He was a smart guy. He was a good talker. And, you know, you get rid of him and things aren't looking so good. And his successor, yeah.
Much. Let's go now to former Assistant Secretary of State Brian Hook. Brian, good morning.
You're right.
Thank you so much
Not
for
smart
joining
enough.
us. What options do President Trump have on the table right now?
Well, I think the president's chief focus, based on what he said, is the diplomatic track, which he has been pursuing with Steve Witkoff after many rounds of talks with the Iranian regime to try to reach a diplomatic.
I have to be right back. I gotta use the bathroom.
bars on streamboom.com. Remove the space at access point.
solution to this urgent problem of Iran's nuclear program. But the Iranians have been playing cat and mouse diplomacy for quite some time now, and I think patience is wearing thin with this sort of tactic, which is a hallmark of the Iranian.
Well, this is what they do. They say we're not building it, and they say, okay, well then show it to us. Well, we can't show it to you. Well, why? Well, we don't need to know. You're not. Yeah, maybe you're not showing it to them because you're building it. No, that's not the. No. You don't understand.
Regime. As President Trump said in the first term, Iran has never won a war and never lost a negotiation. This is what Iran is good at. But I think after all these...
That's clever. That is clever.
Rounds of inconclusive talk and
so
Israel...
He's saying they're just fucking lying and making up a bunch of bullshit, so why even deal with them? Yeah.
Being so successful at degrading Iran's nuclear and military capabilities, the United States now has to take a serious look.
I mean, people are afraid of nothing. No one will get involved for Iran. This is not going to be a global war. I do think it's really funny that Iran pumped all of this money into these terrorist organizations, and even they are roaching out on Iran. And people think Russia is going to come and help them. That is embarrassing.
What to do to strengthen the diplomatic track through the military option.
Okay, let's pick it up there. The prevailing wisdom is that there would
like, I just, like, I'd be so fucking furious. I'd be out of my fucking mind.
In the morning on the East Coast.
I wouldn't say embarrassing.
We will see what today brings for the region and the whole world. Brian, thank you for joining us.
I'm Steve Doocy.
Yeah,
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Yeah, there it is. It's hilarious. It is, bro. It's like in StarCraft, right? Where like you send in a bunch of Zerglings or whatever, and they just kill like all the high health. You know, like you have like the high Templars, and like you're just building them, and then like the Zerglings just come and fucking kill them before you can put down the fields. Yeah, I'd be fucking furious. Remember yesterday whenever I said that most people supported Iran not getting a nuclear weapon? And it was overwhelming support for it, and everybody said that I was wrong because y'all were on the internet and you have a completely distorted view of the world. And you know, everybody, like I said this. Remember, everybody was saying I was wrong. Everybody was getting mad. But the thing is that, as usual, I was right.
And overall, I feel like there's more support for Donald Trump's positions than is comically acknowledged. Oppose Iran getting a nuclear weapon. I mean, look at this. 79% of adults agree on that.
I can't believe 21% of people are retarded. That is a shock. 21% of people. I mean, to be fair, this is the same amount of people who think that like transgender should be in fucking the opposite gender sports, right? So, I mean, it's not really a big thing, but there it is.
They agree with Donald Trump. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
83% of Republicans, 79% of independents, 79% of Democrats.
That's what's crazy is Democrats not even that different.
You get 79% of Democrats and 83% of Republicans agreeing on anything. You know that that position is the very clear majority in this country. And so the American public...
It's obvious, bro. People are totally against this shit. Yeah, look at that. Now make a poll of people wanting to remove Israelis' weapons. We can't take their weapons away. It's not going to happen. Like, that's why, again, it's much easier to keep the... Like, once the cat is out of the box, it's hard to put the cat back in the box. The solution is never let the cat out of the box.
I don't want it there.
Look, is with Donald Trump, they definitely oppose Iran getting nuclear weapons.
It could be
so there's some nuance here, but you know, Trump and Netanyahu both arguing that Iran is close to being capable of making a nuclear weapon. If that is the case, what is the feeling of Americans as to whether the United States should get involved in this conflict?
Right. If you buy Donald Trump's theory of the case, and I think that's important to note, this is polling from April. If Iran's trying to make a nuclear weapon, look at this. Overall, you get the slight plurality. I mean, it's within the margin of error, but the slight plurality of Americans actually favor U.S. airstrikes compared to 47% opposing it. Now, here's the other nugget I'll note, right? There's been a lot of talk online and on social media and in podcasts of a divide within the Republican ranks. But here on this question, if Iran's trying to make a nuclear weapon, look at that. 69% of Republicans, the clear vast majority of Republicans, favor U.S. airstrikes on Iran, on their nuclear facilities. But there is this substantial minority, 27%, who oppose such an idea. So it's not surprising you're hearing those other voices besides Donald Trump out there. There are plenty of them in the Republican ranks who oppose the U.S. striking Iran if they're trying to make a nuclear weapon. But the clear majority of Republicans are with Donald Trump if, in fact, Iran is trying to make nuclear weapons. They do, in fact, potentially favor U.S. airstrikes.
I was right. I said this. Republicans love bombing people. So you just said right there, Democrats oppose Iran getting nuclear weapons. It says 79% of Democrats. Apparently, Democrats love bombing people, too. Yep, that's it. And that's it. So it's mob rule. Yeah, that's usually how it works. That's yeah, I mean, pretty much. That's about right. Yeah.
So far, Israel has launched hundreds of ballistic missiles into Iran, striking 35 critical sites during Operation Rising Lion. Now, new reports out today indicate there is damage to the infamous underground nuclear facility in Natanz.
Straight to a Fox News alert. At least 85 people were hurt in the latest Iranian ballistic missile attack. This in Tel Aviv and beyond, including a direct hit on a hospital.
How's nobody dead? Like, I'm sorry, maybe this is like it's a bad way of saying this, but how's nobody dead whenever you hit somebody with a ballistic missile? The sirens? I guess so, but like, so seriously though, okay, they were warned, okay.
In southern Israel, young children are among the wounded in the attack.
Yep.
And earlier, our foreign correspondent Greg Palcott capturing footage of Israeli air defenses trying to stop the incoming fire.
Yep.
They're not taking a break. We've been listening to the anti-missile defense.
That's a big fucking missile. Holy shit. Is that the new one Iran made?
There's a couple right there. It's a wake-up call for this country, for the city, that this war between...
That's the sun? Oh, wow. That is really big. Jesus.
Between Iran and Israel is still on.
And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is promising to, quote, exact the full price from the tyrants in Tehran. Mike Tobin is live in Israel at the scene of one of those attacks. Good morning, Mike.
Fucking hate you guys.
Yeah.
Good morning, Griff. Yeah, this is the scene where one of the missiles got through the air defenses and struck.
Fucking kids making a goddamn mess everywhere you go.
Here in Tel Aviv. As I step out of the way, I can tell you, it's kind of a modernized, both residential and business area. And what you're looking at now is pretty much the center of the impact. I'm told by Magen David Adom EMT that one of the missiles did make a direct hit on a building here. And what you're looking at is a lot of.
Isn't that kind of an L missile though? I mean, like if you make a direct hit and most of the windows aren't even broken, like what is it filled with? Popcorn?
Damage from the shrapnel and the force of the blast as it went through this modernized neighborhood. Remarkably, you talk about 35 people who were injured. Those injuries are mostly minor.
Yeah, it seems like, by the way, my understanding of this is that the civilian buildings that were damaged as a result of the shockwave. It seemed, and Iran claims, that it was not targeting a civilian building and instead it was targeting a nearby military building. They claim that. That's what they said.
6 serious injuries, and it's quite dramatic the fact that there aren't more casualties because of these massive missiles that are crashing down, and that's largely because Israelis are respecting the warnings and heading to the bomb shelters. Now, there was also a missile that hit in the area of Tel Aviv in a town called, or a neighborhood, I should say, called Holon. That is an older residential area, and again, you have dramatically minimized casualties given the force of the impact of that missile that made it through the defenses. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as you mentioned, got to social media, and he said that the tyrants in Iran, that Israel will exact the full price from the tyrants in Iran. The defense minister, Yisrael Katz, made this statement that the attacks or the air campaign in Iran will only intensify. Had a conversation with an IDF spokesman this morning, pressed him on what that means, and he says Israel has been picking targets in Iran for decades.
Damn.
Well, this is an ongoing operation, and our goals are very clear: to remove these existential threats from the civilian of Israel. And we're seeing this is a preview. This morning, we saw a preview of what could happen if we let Iran keep going this way. And their goal was to have thousands and thousands of these ballistic missiles on Israeli civilians, and on top of that, nuclear weapons.
Yeah, I would assume that Iran is trying to build a bunch of... I mean, they only say every single day, basically, that they want to destroy Israel, right? I mean, this is like... I feel like that's kind of... You know how, like, Trump runs on, like, immigration... I feel like that's kind of like their version of immigration. They're talking about that a lot.
Now, to the south of here is the town of Beersheba. In Beersheba is the Soroka Hospital. That hospital took a direct hit from an Iranian...
should we trust them, whether they were actually intentionally trying to hit a military building? I don't know whether you should or not. It's very hard to say. I mean, in general, I wouldn't trust them, but they haven't come out and... None of the other attacks that they've done, I don't remember them coming out and saying that they didn't mean to hit any civilian targets. So the fact that they said it with this one seems like, oh, maybe that's true, but I don't know. It's impossible. That's the thing with people that are liars, right? You never know when they're telling the truth. Does it really matter? Yeah, I think it absolutely matters. Absolutely, I think it does. So like if you're a country and you're trying to bomb a hospital, that's very different than trying to bomb a military base near a hospital. Yeah, that's a completely different universe in my mind. Yeah, absolutely. Like killing people as a goal versus killing people as collateral damage is what separates a war from terrorism. It's absolutely different. And by the way, it's different even here if you kill somebody in the US. It's the difference between murder and manslaughter. So yes, absolutely it matters. It matters on every single logical and ethical apparatus that exists.
missile
Intent
overnight.
always matters.
A few reasons that the casualties were minimized there.
So war is manslaughter? Yeah, I guess in that metaphor, yes. I know you're trying to oversimplify my words to make it sound like I'm making war sound like it's not a big deal. And you're trying to like reframe what I'm saying in a way that's disingenuous. I'm not afraid of some bad clip coming out of me saying something in the wrong way, because the only thing I'm going to do is farm a bunch of retards like you tomorrow on Twitter for a new video about it. Everybody knows that's not what I mean, and anybody who believes that it is are retards that are not really worth my attention. So go ahead.
The Soroka Hospital is within rocket range of the Gaza Strip. That means for more than a decade now, they have been fortifying and reinforcing that hospital to take rocket strikes that minimize the damage. And also, just by chance last night, the decision was made to draw down the patients and staff in the old surgical building that was hit. So again, casualties are minimal. Now, Israeli fighter jets were active in the skies over Iran overnight. They hit a weapons production facility, according to the IDF, in the area of Natanz. Also, an old reactor that was inactive, a heavy water reactor in the town of Arak, not to be confused with Iraq, the country, A-R-A-K. Griff, back to you.
Hey, Mike, just real quick. These are not considered dumb bombs. They're not these ballistic missiles that just go in the vicinity. They seem to have targets, which makes one believe they were targeting a hospital.
They said they weren't, but yeah,
well,
I mean,
according to
hospital.
the Iranian news agencies, what they were targeting was an Israeli intelligence and military base that was very near the hospital. But yeah, when you say missile, that means something you can aim. A rocket is usually, a flying pipe bomb.
Right.
Got it.
Thank you so much.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian.
Okay, yeah, there we go. All right, great. A flying pipe bomb.
Fox News alert, #1 story in the world right now. Israel releasing footage of an airstrike on an Iranian heavy water reactor in Arak, A-R-A-K. The latest attack on Iran's nuclear program, sending massive plumes of smoke into the air.
And smoke seen over southern Israel after Iran carried out a direct strike on a hospital. A series of strikes by Tehran, injuring at least 89 people in and around Tel Aviv.
So let's go right to Mike Tobin. He is live in Israel at the scene of one of those Iranian strikes. Mike?
Exactly, Ainsley. This is Ramat Gan, where the cleanup is underway right now.
So
Ramat Gan is on the east side of Tel Aviv. And as I step out the shot, I can give you an idea of just how powerful the warhead was on that missile as it came through. The damage here stretches over several blocks. You've got a lot of apartment buildings, businesses, retail that are in here. The balconies are destroyed. Windows are broken out for blocks around the impact zone. And one of the things you might see, a lot of the trash is being pushed out of the high rise right now, so you might see some debris coming down. Also, Holon on the south side of Tel Aviv. That's an older residential area. That took a direct hit. And a hospital called Soroka in the southern part of Israel was hit. When you talk about the dozens of people who were injured, most of those injuries are light. And I spoke with a paramedic out here this morning that says the reason you don't have more serious injuries is simply because the Israeli people are listening to those sirens.
Yeah, they're hiding.
The population is highly committed to the security and safety here, and we can see that even from rockets like this one, very little or few casualties because people are turning to the shelters and staying safe when the alarm sounds.
Following the ballistic missile attack, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took to X and posted, we, meaning Israel, will exact a price from the tyrants in Iran. What did he mean by that? Israeli fighter jets were active over Iran today.
They just immediately bombed the ship.
Nuclear weapons development facility in the town of Natanz, but also hit an inactive heavy water reactor in the town of Arak. So still very active scene over Iran, and the Israelis say they have air superiority, so the Israeli fighter jets can pretty much
that's true, by the way.
Pick off targets at will. Guys, back to you.
You know, Mike, we're just talking, what if people have a job? Like if Brian were doing radio, would you be able to do that in one of the bunkers? Because you're interrupted in the middle of your day, and right now it's constant.
Well, you often see guys who will pick up and move to the bunkers in the middle of a live broadcast. And you see that with the local television.
Yeah, I feel like there's kind of an understanding. It's like, oh, guys, I just got an alert. It said I'm going to die if I don't go underneath the bunker. I'm going to have to go do that. And everybody's like, oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. That makes sense. Understandable.
as well. As far as people working here in this
I would believe that.
/ residential area, the one thing we see them bringing out, or two things we see them bringing out, is they're allowed one at a time back into their offices and apartment buildings, or their briefcases and the CPUs from their personal computers.
So life still goes on.
Mike, you were showing us in the building behind you and talking about specifically the warhead and the damage that it did. We've seen as each day goes by, it seems like the Iranians have fired fewer missiles, but are they using stronger warheads? Is that sort of
I'm curious about that too.
Thing that's happening there?
Well, I think in this stage of the conflict, ever since Operation Rising Lion started, they went into their arsenal and they got things like their Fajr rockets, which are considerably more powerful than the Katyusha rockets that we saw come out of South Lebanon, and dramatically more powerful than the Qassam rockets, which are made in machine shops in the Gaza Strip.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
I think it says everything about Israel and about Iran. Israel is fighting to remove the nuclear and missile threat aimed at our annihilation. We're targeting.
Yeah, I've repeated this multiple times, but I'll say it again. This is the one part of alignment that I think that we have with Israel, is that I think that it's in our best interest to get rid of Iran's nuclear capabilities. Outside of that, I see no business dealing with Iran. Like, I don't want to start a war with them. I don't want to bomb them. I don't want to fucking give Israel bombs to bomb them. I don't want to I don't want to participate in regime change. I don't want to have anything to do with this shit other than just get rid of the nukes and then I'm done. That's it. I'm out. Yep, we did our part and then we are done. You fucking retard. Again, guys, there are people, there are going to be disagreeers. If you want to have a disagreement, that's fine, but you have to bring up an argument. An insult or condescension will just immediately get you banned. An instant ban. I'm not even going to wait. I don't want to hear why. There's just no reason to do that. Yesterday, we were supporting bombing. I have never supported bombing Iran in general. I've never supported that. I've never said that. I have had the same viewpoint ever since the beginning, that the nuclear weapons are an existential threat and they need to be solved. Everything else besides that, I don't care about. That is between Israel and Iran. Only the nuclear facilities. That's it. They don't have nukes. If they did, Israel wouldn't have attacked. This conflict is very scary to me. It's very scary because the types of arguments and the things that people say are so stupid that it really makes me worry. It does. I'm really worried. I didn't realize people were I thought people were stupid. But this is a whole different level. Oh my God. Half the people here are stupider than the average person. No, everybody in my chat is smart, and the people that are disagreeing are random chatters from other places. None of my viewers are stupid. All my viewers are smart. Everybody else's viewers are stupid, except for mine.
Military sites.
And also viewers of friends of mine, too. They're also smart.
We're targeting nuclear sites. We're targeting missile sites. They're targeting a hospital. In this hospital, there are patients who are immobile. They can't even move.
I mean, Hamas said the same thing about Israel whenever Israel was bombing Palestine. And then, Israel was like, yeah, but they have stuff in the hospital or near the hospital. And so it just happened. Like, I don't think there's really, I don't really think that they have like the moral high ground with this. I think the number of hospitals that Israel has bombed, correct me if I'm wrong, is 36. That's the number, right? 36?
Right next to it is a children's ward, a baby's ward, infants. They targeted.
It's a lot.
Fox News alert now. There you saw it moments ago. The Prime Minister Netanyahu visiting the site of a bombed-out hospital, warning Iran's supreme leader, "You cannot continue to exist." Wow! After overnight missile strikes killed innocent civilians and those wounded, or over 80. Our next guest knows all about the Mideast war and terror. Retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Ken Tobo joins us. He led 6 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan and joins us now. Your reaction to what the Prime Minister just said, Ken, about, you know what, this guy can't continue to exist.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good example of the fact that the Iranians use basically indiscriminate weapons, both missiles, terrorism, and other effects that are...
Yeah, Iranians are fucking terrorists. I mean, the government is they're funding terrorists. I mean, like, it's a terrorist government. I mean, like, what the fuck do you say?
Indiscriminate weapons, both missiles, terrorism, and other effects that are generally directed against civilian populations and frankly, targets that Western militaries would not target. And I think what you see with the Israeli approach is a very precise campaign and to try and limit collateral damage, but to have effect on the nuclear program.
So, General, when people say, this is not our fight, America doesn't have a fight with Iran, this is Israel's problem, do you feel differently?
That's the way I feel.
Yeah, I'm from that generation that has watched Iranians fight against U.S. and U.S. interests really since 1979 when they took our embassy. They've bombed embassies, Khobar towers, through Lebanese Hezbollah, one of their terrorist groups that they sponsor and fund. They've executed attacks on Americans really worldwide. And of course, during the Iraq War, they were a significant threat to us on the ground, and through their explosively formed penetrators that they were providing to the Shia militias, were killing Americans in large numbers.
You
shouldn't have been there. In my opinion, shouldn't have been there in the first place. Yeah, shouldn't have been there. Like, again, the only issue that I have is the nukes. Yep, we never needed to be there. I mean, what is this? I mean, basically, like, and by the way, Iran government is bad. Like, they're bad. Like, if I could push a button and it would replace them with a better government, I think everybody would push that button, right? And they're crazy. They do support terrorists. That's true. But, like, does this warrant us going over there and, you know, like, spending lives and trillions of dollars? I don't think so. I just don't think so.
You said, you know, we dropped the bunker busters, they'll do the job in Fordo. The reaction.
Let the people revolt
if
instead.
you were on the ground in Iraq, in Syria, Bahrain, our base in Bahrain, or Qatar, where do you think we'd be most vulnerable if they wanted to react? Should it be clear?
Don't you think you'd say that to families of fallen soldiers, though? Whether or not we should have been there doesn't really matter if U.S. citizens get murdered? Okay, so then why would you? Absolutely, you have to. Like, you're making an emotional appeal. Wow, well, you wouldn't say that to somebody who had a dead kid. There's a reason why people who are victims of crimes don't get to sit on the jury. It's because they're not making an active decision, or they're not making an unbiased decision. Yes, obviously they're going to feel differently because they were personally affected by it. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't make a decision that way. That's not on Zach. That's on the government. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't let emotions make decisions for you. If you do, you're going to make bad decisions. The second we start bombing Iran, they're going to attack our bases. There's no we'll only go this far option in the conflict. We've already evacuated the bases.
Fuck.
We already evacuated a tremendous amount of the bases and the embassies and all that.
That we dropped the bunker busters on Fordo.
I am quite sure that our military commanders globally are on alert and preparing the capability to defend our troops. I think when you look at the Middle East, the Iranian capability is largely ballistic missiles, short, medium, and long range. And so I am sure that all those bases are worried about their air defenses and paying close attention to the news.
It's amazing. Their axis of resistance has been very quiet because they know the people that have been supplying them are getting their head kicked in. This is a big day. The 73rd anniversary, the birthday of the Green Beret. What is the Green Beret? People like you, how have you contributed to our armed forces?
I thought they had that for way longer.
The Green Berets, the U.S. Army Special Forces, are really a unique portion of our military capability, really the only organization in the U.S. military that's solely focused on working with indigenous partners such as resistance elements and other partners, primarily to overthrow occupying powers or enemy adversary regimes. So kind of think
Rambo?
World War II, think folks parachuting into France to help the French resistance overthrow the Nazi regime. And that is the prime focus of Green Berets. Obviously, we do other things when called to, like help governments fight their own internal stability problems. But that was the reason for the creation of the Green Berets in 1952.
Now needed more than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at the world situation, we're in a competition with adversaries, China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, and a lot of that competition is what we call the gray zone. It's below the threshold of conventional war. It's about creating influence with partners, foreign partners and allies.
You better watch, General. If you stay in such great shape, they're going to bring you right back in. Lieutenant General Ken Tovo, happy birthday to you, Green Beret. Thanks for all you do, and thanks for your expertise here.
And I just close as I could. Green Berets are an important part of national capability, and Green Beret Foundation exists to support our Green Berets.
And so go to the foundation to support
GreenBeretFoundation.org.
So especially on the birthday. General, thanks so much.
I'm
Steve Doocy.
He does look kind of like Tony Hawk. You're right about that. Genuine question. There might be a chance that Iran doesn't actually have the nukes, and this is similar to Iraq. Do I think that they don't have the nukes? I think that Iran is trying to develop nuclear weapons. I do. I think that they are trying to develop them. Now, there is a possibility that maybe they haven't developed them yet. But if you ask me the question, do I think they are trying to develop them and they are actively trying to develop them? The answer to that, in my mind, is absolutely they are. And so you're kind of asking two different things. Do they have a nuke at this exact second? Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. I wouldn't bet on them having it. But there's also a high probability that they're trying to make one. And so that's at least where that's where I'm coming from. That's what I think. And so, yeah, of course they are. They lie about everything. Yeah, of course. Hassan said they should. I mean, if you were Iran and you were a psycho, fucking religious zealot, people don't die, they become martyrs, like totalitarian government, wouldn't you want to build a nuclear weapon? Because if I was them, I would too. Sure. I can easily see why they'd do it. And absolutely, it doesn't mean that's like, I mean, just because I say that doesn't mean I think it's a good idea. But of course I can understand why it's happening. Duh, of course. Absolutely. So yeah, and nukes have protected North Korea for 70 years. Being a martyr means you died, though. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the problem. And so it's that simple. Yet they have signed NPT and they have IAEA inspections. Netanyahu said for 30 years they're weeks away from nukes. It's all fear-mongering Zionist lies. Again, that's already been debunked multiple times, and it's already been addressed multiple times. You can just go back in the VOD for the last hour that this was also brought up by another moron, and you'll hear the answer to that. Just know that it's a dumb argument. It's a stupid argument. It doesn't make sense. Zionist lies. Yeah, it's crazy, and it's just a retard argument. It's not worth taking seriously. As I'm promoting the Israel agenda? No, it's not the Israel agenda. It's the American agenda. I know this might sound crazy, but just because in one circumstance, because your interests align with Israel, that does not mean that you are a puppet for Israel. It's a stupid binary way of thinking that doesn't help anybody. So yeah.
Chrono Odyssey is an open-world MMO that
looks fucking badass, by the way.
Transcends the bounds of space and time. As you step into this vast, dynamic realm,
is that Africa?
Many battles and adventures await at every turn. The fate of this world is yours to make. Satera is home to a wide array of dungeons, each offering its own unique challenges.
This looks good.
Rally your allies through the party system and embark on grand expeditions that test your teamwork and tactics. To prevail, you must coordinate with your allies and unravel the intricate mechanics of play. Dungeons in Cetera offer more than just combat. You'll also encounter puzzle-driven mechanics that must be solved collectively.
Seems okay.
Beyond mere strength, your success depends on party synergy and quick wit. Each dungeon features distinct themes and environments, teeming with monsters and formidable bosses. As you claim rewards and progress, even greater
I think this looks fine. I mean, it doesn't really look like super like next gen. It just looks like a decent MMO. Games like this live and die by two things: their in-game systems and their gameplay. If a game has good in-game systems and it has good gameplay, you will have people that continue to play it.
Await.
Also community? Well, the community is created by having those good systems. And you can see pretty clearly, like, kind of like what's going on here, right? You got your archer, obviously. Your guy is like shield. Reminds me of New World. Yeah, it's Korean New World. I can see why you say that.
World quests unfold across Cetera, each with its own story.
I really like the way the game looks. It definitely has a next-gen vibe to it in terms of an MMO. Like, it looks new in a way that is different than, let's say, New World or Lost Ark, obviously, or even Throne and Liberty. It looks good.
From disappearances and forbidden rituals to fallen settlements.
I don't know. It's a Korean game, so probably.
Ritual,
but who knows? They said it's not going to be pay to win. The problem is that in Korean games, they think pay to win is when you can buy things that you can't get without playing the game. But the American version of pay to win is when you can spend money to accelerate progress. So, like, they'll draw a distinction between pay to progress and pay to win, where, in fact, I don't think there is a difference. I think it's the same thing.
Across entire settlements,
the dev said only cosmetics. I'll believe it when I see it.
As sacrifice. In the face of despair, you must rise as their beacon of hope. Some quests offer a deeply personal journey, while others require a party to confront powerful foes.
Yeah, this looks okay.
With clear objectives and narrative-driven encounters, each quest immerses you in a rich world beyond the battlefield.
That's cool. I'm also a very big advocate of almost anything in the game being soloable if you're a good enough player. I don't like how in Lost Ark there's a lot of mechanics in the game that require you to have like 6 party members or 5 party members. I loved how, like, Vulcan, if you had one literal god, they could solo Vulcan. That was insane. Like, Soul these days? Yeah, exactly, right? That's so cool. And then they got rid of that because they're like, oh, people are getting carried. Who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? Same with Night Rain? Yeah, exactly. Night Rain's the same way.
Time portals are anomalies formed by distortions in the flow of time.
It's a gatekeeping mechanic?
You'll encounter the world
it's an anti-carry mechanic.
Reimagined in entirely different timelines.
Remove the time
from the past or the future. Though the surroundings may look familiar, the world around you shifts dramatically. You must stay alert to conquer any threats that may arise.
Yeah, this seems okay.
Within these portals,
I am getting the same vibe of the Korean New World, though.
Valuable items.
In terms of like combat and movement and gameplay,
test your resolve as you head
feels pretty similar to me.
Unknown.
I like that.
Oh, look, check it out.
Oh, is a boss? That's a boss. I also think that I think that MMOs need to have solo content that is challenging, that players can like work through and do on their own. I think that like the entire, like the idea that MMO endgame needs to be massively multiplayer raids, I think that's antiquated thinking. And you need to have like solo challenges, like, you know, like the WoW Mage Tower, or like, you know, the vanilla WoW Hunter solo quests in order to get Rock Dolar, or stuff like that. Delves, yeah, in a way, right? But like Delves, you have groups.
Yeah, it's gonna be
you need
badass.
something both. You need both.
I gotta
You
make a
definitely
bow
want to
stream
have
for it
both
too,
as
though.
well. You want to have group content as well.
bot stream,
But
you get
having
wax,
like
and you gotta
challenging, well-designed solo content is mandatory now for an MMO, I think. Forced co-op is just annoying. Yeah, and that's another thing is that you have like, there's this weird thing that happens with MMOs where they add in matchmaking in order for you to do something. But the reality is that like the players that you're getting matched with are just effectively NPCs. They might as well just be NPCs. You don't talk to them. You don't organize with them. You don't plan with them. And the reason why is because if they made you have to do that, then most of the groups would fail. So I think if you're not expected to communicate and interact with other players, just make it a solo experience. Just make it soloable. Like, don't force people to get in a cosmetic group just to provide the illusion of an MMO. There's no reason for that. And it doesn't help anybody, and it just doesn't make the game better at all. Solo leveling, yeah, forever queues, exactly, right? Yeah. High-frequency radio chatter suggests 2 stealth bombers are currently airborne. Defense officials say they are conducting training. They're training. This is normal. Just relax. Everything is fine. And so this is what they're trying to do with this bomb. Here we go.
Experts say a massive bunker buster bomb is likely the only weapon capable of destroying a key Iranian nuclear facility.
The GBU-57 Massive Ordnance Penetrator, also known as the Bunker Buster, the largest non-nuclear bomb in the U.S. military's arsenal. Designed, the Air Force says, to reach and destroy weapons of mass destruction in well-protected facilities.
I feel like, I mean, we paid our tax money for this shit. If we're not going to use it to blow up a nuclear facility, like, why don't we just get a refund on these?
And there is no public record that they've ever been used in combat, designed to withstand the impacts of the ground and plunge.
So that's oh shit, it is really big. Goddamn.
The Bunker Buster doesn't have the biggest blast area, experts say, because it's designed to burrow into the ground before exploding. The only plane that can carry the Bunker Buster, the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber.
That shit looks so fucking cool, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest, that looks badass.
By a 2-pilot crew, capable of flying about 6,000 nautical miles without refueling and eluding an enemy's most sophisticated defenses.
One bomb isn't going to penetrate that. You're going to have multiple hits at the same spot.
And this is a massive bomb, Brian. It's 30,000 pounds. Now, not a lot of explosive, but a lot of weapon itself to penetrate into the ground. And that first bomb is going to hit the target, dig deep into the ground, and then detonate.
This, I imagine, is an animation of the bomb. With the second one, know exactly how to get into the hole the first one leaves behind.
Right now, no one is talking seriously about sending ground forces.
No. Absolutely not. Not going to happen. If we send troops over to Iran, we are going to be there for 10 years. Look, I was trying to be optimistic. I was being optimistic with 10. Okay, y'all want to say 20? Fine.
Called The Content Nuke Part 2, and the title is I'm Suing These 3 Creators. And I have a feeling it's Hassan, I have a feeling it's Denims, and I think it's also Mike from PA. But let's see who it is. I really hope it's not me. Let's find out. What the hell is this shit?
Hi there. My name is Ethan.
Hi, Ethan.
And my favorite hobby is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. Today, I invite you into my home to share my favorite pastime with you. Join me in creating generational wealth for my attorney.
Hell yeah, dude. Uh-oh.
Let me tell you guys a story.
Uh-oh.
About a year and a half ago, it's a big conversation called ReactGate. ReactGate was a debate going on in the streaming community about what constituted fair use.
I remember
People
this.
like Hassan, XQC, and many of the large Twitch streamers would watch other creators' entire video on their stream. They would rarely add sufficient commentary or even...
What horrible people. This is why I don't react. I react on very rare occasions. Yeah, I mean, I just think reactors are so bad. They're so lazy. You know, I mean, I shame on all of them. They're disgusting human beings. If they're not at least doubling the length of the video, just shit human beings, to be honest. Fuck them all. They're all bad.
Even pause the video to speak. Most egregiously, they would re-upload the entire VOD to YouTube with the same thumbnail, the same title, so that they could cannibalize traffic from the original video.
That's
Here's
horrible.
what Lamino had to say about this phenomenon.
I don't mind people reacting to my videos, but I do mind when they play the entirety of my video. A face cam in the corner or the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue.
Oh, absolutely.
My video is still being played from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entirety of someone else's work. Or, you know.
Yeah, true. Every person I've ever reacted to says that I've ruined their life, so I'm with these guys right now.
Minimum, and ask for permission. Something that none of the major reaction channels have ever done when they've streamed or re-uploaded my videos. But to answer your question, no, I don't want people to stream or re-upload the entirety of my videos.
100%.
Now, understandably, this made a lot of people angry because why should these content thieves, essentially, get more views than the author of the video, which in a lot of cases was happening? I mean, people don't like injustice.
On the real note, don't hate the player, hate the game. In my opinion, I believe that people reacting to someone else's video, 20, 30, maybe even 40% of the revenue of the video that's being reacted to should go to the original creator. My honest opinion. I've talked to many people about this. I think that is what's fair. However, it ain't like that right now. Oh well.
And we all see this and know.
What I try to do is make sure to let everybody know to like, comment, subscribe to the original creator and put their video at the very top of my recommendation and shout them out multiple times. That's what I try to do. But right now, YouTube still doesn't care for some reason.
Oh, it's not right. This debate culminated when XQC, one of the prime suspects, called into my show to debate me, in which case I'm sad to report that I was terribly owned.
Damn.
So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright, or like the fact that it's illegal? Does that matter? That it might be illegal, does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
Well, if flat out doesn't, because...
Well, that's fair.
Watch me full screen cam, do the fucking worm, then watch your
do
prime...
that.
Then watch
Bro,
your prime content.
Do it for a week. Do a week of no reaction content and see how many fucking views you get. Oh, okay, sure. I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least.
I love it.
Ultimate debate, bro. He hit him with the worm. Oh, why didn't I think of that first? I kid XQC, but he is not the one I'm suing. Despite my criticism, he's not a malicious infringer. But the ones I am suing, you'll see, are much, much worse. Now, ironically, after this debate and in the wake of this large conversation, the problem seems to have only gotten worse. You have people like Hassan Piker paving the way of fair use with what's known as chair reacts, when Hassan gets up to go to the bathroom or to eat or to talk to his mom or to do whatever, disappears for an extended period of time and leaves the video playing for his chair.
I think I've done that maybe 3 or 4 times due to me having to go diarrhea or an emergency in 6.5 years. Yeah. Usually what I do is I pull up a GIF of a spinning seal and I have my chat watch that while they go Borpa spin or dink donk. Because why the fuck would I maybe 3 or 4 times, unless it was during a subathon and then I would play MasterChef in the background. But Gordon Ramsay's got enough money as is.
Mr. Chair, they call it.
IDF had warned people to leave the area around the main airport in Sana'a. Then this.
No way. How many times? No way. No way. From 1 month? 1 month? Holy shit!
And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist, they couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published.
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not that I wanted people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than
He's
I
a genius.
imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety immediately after it was published. Now, the thing is, there were a few people that went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement. For example, Denim sits here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers. That's 30 times her regular viewership. She's working directly with the Snark subreddit.
Oh, well, first of all, Ethan, Denims would have actually applied input, but the problem is she's a dumb whore. And she doesn't know how to do that. She's too fucking stupid thinking about dicks all day. Yeah, that's the real problem, to be completely honest. She was just encapsulated by your massive Jewish dick. She couldn't think about anything else. So she wanted to talk, but her lust for you is too high. Truly a shame.
Moderators to siphon views, and their intentions couldn't be clearer. Here's an excerpt from a stickied post from the Snark subreddit. Hey everyone, we've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3. Here's a list of creators who've supported our sub, either by engaging with us directly or citing our post in their critique.
Yep, there was many creators who said to not watch the content nuke, but to watch their reaction instead, which is truly the biggest load of bullshit I've ever heard. These creators should be ashamed. By the way, guys, go here and subscribe to this channel and give it a like. This is a genius 10 billion IQ play.
Of H3. Here they're offering these streamers as market substitutes for my work. This is the cardinal sin of copyright infringement.
Oh, yeah.
The Snark subreddit has been a frequent and persistent infringer.
Absolutely.
That's how I knew when this video...
The fact that they're going live and promoting a subreddit that's been trying to ruin Ethan and Hila's life for years is disgusting. They're literally enabling schizos to try to actually ruin these people's fucking lives. Like sending skulls to their homes, making it to where they can't operate on a day-to-day without these delusional people on the internet affecting their career, their sponsorships, and their overall safety as human beings. It's disgusting. And the mistreatment of Ethan has been horrendous and very heavily documented. And the fact that Twitch has not stepped in to negatively, and there's a reason why I just said that about Denims, is because she and all of her crew says infinitely worse things about Ethan all day, no punishment. He says anything about them, he gets fucked over. Ethan got banned for 28 days for reacting to content that Hassan did that he didn't get banned for. So Ethan got banned for the actions of Hassan. I want you to imagine that. I want you to remember that Denims and Minx called me a rapist. So I called them whores and I got banned for 2 weeks. Frogan supported 9/11 and said that veterans deserve PTSD. I call her fat. I get banned for 2 weeks. Real shit. And no pay for 3 weeks. Real shit. That's how disgusting the hypocrisy of this platform is.
Video came out. The Snarkers were going to encourage, promote, and push streamers to commit copyright infringement. I should thank the Snarkers, actually. Because of their predictability, they acted like double agents for us.
Yes, sir.
Their favorite streamers and serving them
yes,
up on a golden platter. So, thank you, Snark. It's one thing for a subreddit to admit it's engaging in copyright infringement. But how do you get the streamers themselves to admit that they're stealing content?
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime. If you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here.
It turns out they just do it for you. You couldn't cook up a more incriminating statement if you tried. Denim's the queen of self-owning. You prevail again. There's one...
Your ass getting sued. Denim's, your ass is getting sued, brother. Oh, man. Oh, man. That is not a good look. That is not a good look, brother. Oh, man, the consequences of your own actions. Truly a shame. In 4K, brother.
One thing about copyright you should know is that you got to register it before you publish to be eligible for statutory damages and attorney's fees, which is the main biting force of a copyright infringement lawsuit. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now, I, Ethan Klein, have registered Hasan Piker Content Nuke with the United States Library of Congress. Some of you guys out there sweating? Even though theoretically I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars, but the purpose of this is not financial gain. People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior.
You should not be uploading videos on frequent occasion to negatively obliterate the person who you're reacting to. Like, directly criticizing and making the original uploader doing hate reacts is very hurtful. Now, there's only very specific scenarios in which that's prohibited, but doing that on such a frequent occasion is fucked up. It is. You should be reacting to help the uploader, not hurt them. Planning your entire life around uploading to this person's react, it's just a very messy situation. Yeah, I understand if you're doing that for, like, you know, petty internet beef and there's a back and forth, but it's the part where you start going after their families and making it personal where it gets very, very, very uncomfortable.
It not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it.
Absolutely.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
Like, I would understand if Ethan did this to them because they made it personal first. But it's the fact that they all made it personal first just because Ethan and Hasan had a disagreement. And it's pathetic. They're literal just rat fuck parasites. That's all they are.
The state of reaction content on Twitch is so broken, these creators feel comfortable looking right into a camera and saying outright, hey, I'm stealing this guy's content. Pay me instead of him. This is not a healthy environment. And with people like Hasan reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field. Now, before I tell you who the 3 people I'm suing are, I just want to make it clear that they all met this very specific
Hasan, Denims, Mike from PA. That's my guess.
Specific high bar of criteria that I set forth earlier.
My
These
apologies.
people were not targeted based on their gender, their identity.
Yeah,
their
shouts out to
beliefs.
Duckdown
They
and
are on this list. In fact,
and
they're
fuck
the
yeah,
only
sue
three,
that,
as far
sue
as I
those
can tell,
bastards.
that reacted to the full video.
I'm tired of them fuckers.
Is it Casey-tron?
We need to give viewers to somebody else that deserves it. Me.
Sweating at home, guys. Casey Tron.
I never have any viewers, so
Ripping
I do make responses. I do make valid responses, but you just got to clip them. I just got too much fucking content to just stream all fucking day.
I barely know who she is other than some chick who shows her boobies while playing League. That is crazy.
Farts and bong loads.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Are you being serious?
And you know Casey-tron don't got money. She is screwed, brother. She has nothing. She has nothing. She is screwed.
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Frogan, who bless her soul.
Frogan's getting sued, bro. She has no money. Her money has not been going up for years. The only thing that's going up is her weight. No way.
She's still rising.
Come on, say Denims. Come on, say Denims. Denims, Frogan, Kaser. Say Denims. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Can I walk away and use the bathroom? Do I have permission?
Come on. Say it. Say Denims.
I gotta go.
Can I use the bathroom?
This would be so
I'll
funny.
leave it playing.
Getting 3 women. Bang, bang, bang.
Give me a second.
Jesus.
I mean, I honestly don't have anybody in my stream, so I don't think it fucking matters. If people were here, I would probably interact more.
Why not just pause the fucking video? Am I crazy? Why not just pause the fucking video when you go to the bathroom? Am I like legit? Pause it. Pause it. Play like a spinning seal gif or a spinning chip, and then come back. It's like, what the fuck?
And Denims, the queen.
Yeah. Oh shit, dude. Oh shit. Hey, yo, Ethan. On everything. if you somehow see this, if you get me in contact with your lawyers, bro, I'll do it too. Hit me up. Hit me up. Finding lawyers that'll do this is the hardest part. If you got lawyers, I will do that shit too. Hit my ass up, bro, please.
Of self-owning. And my God, is she the queen of that?
It's very obvious from the way that guy's talking, he's a Sneeko fan.
Oh my God, bro, I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
None of the hostages that have been released so far have said that they have been raped. The hostages have public statements. You can go look at them.
The sexual assault I experienced should never happen to any human being.
This Yemeni kid is just a Yemeni kid with a gun and is not a Houthi, and there is no proof of him being a Houthi.
Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
He never said Hassan Nasrallah was a good guy.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen.
Now for the fun.
Judge me by my enemies, boys. Judge me by my enemies. Yep, that's enemy number one, man. I'm just doing this because I care about all women so much. I'm trying to speak up for all women. And then you have real rape victims talking and you don't give a fuck about them because they can't help you push your narrative. Dumbass. Oh, man, deserved. Dude, he Jabba the Hutt, Denims and Casey Tron. Oh, they're cooked, bro. This is actually wild.
Let's take a look at the complaints. And let's start with my favorite of the three, the very own, the prestigious,
God damn, I can't find my hat.
named, highly analytical Casey Tron.
I'm listening, and I'll make content
people have
in a
been
bit.
wanting to watch
I'll make a response in a bit.
without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. So we're gonna watch it.
Well, that's a really dumb thing to say, don't you think?
It is.
Why are you so comfortable? We've given each complaint a clever little title, and here's Casey Tron's. She smoked more than she spoke. Casey Tron smoked 42 times during her reaction. And just as a silly thought experiment, we thought, wouldn't it be funny if she spent more time smoking than she did talking?
Yep.
And thinking there was no way that that could be true. Well, we tallied them up, and lo and behold, there's 15 minutes, 40 seconds of commentary versus 18 minutes and 55 seconds of smoking. She spent 3 minutes and 15 seconds longer
So good, dude. What the fuck?
in her quote-unquote reaction.
Jesus.
And whatever talking she did was just to express how confused she was, presumably from smoking 42 times.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the plot.
The complaint continues. Indeed, Casey Tron is often too obliterated to comment.
I am so proud that all three of these women hate me. It makes me so proud. Because I'm just like, oh, you're all actually retarded. Great. Why do you hate me? Oh, because of things that never happened. Oh, okay, nice. Great. Cool. So I never have to bother interacting. It's so good. Yeah, it really is. It's like a badge of honor, man. It's really easy. You'll know who the bad guys are based off of who hates me. You'll be able to know who's stupid and easily influenced by the untruth by who hates me. It's really easy, unless the reasons are just he's loud, bald, and annoying, and it's anything else. They're actually just fucking retarded. It's really great. It's like a little IQ check. It's awesome.
On the new, and instead,
Or because
stares
I'm white.
blankly at her computer screen. In a span of 2 hours and 7 minutes, Casey Tron smokes marijuana, frequently
Jesus.
in highly concentrated forms through vaporizers, on 42 separate occasions. At one point, Casey Tron is so wasted that she states, quote, "What is happening? I'm trying to follow, but I've lost the plot." To give you an idea, the majority of her commentary comes down to this.
I don't understand this bit that he's doing.
Wow, great react, dude. This is what I mean by like all reactors are not equal. You know what I mean? Like genuinely. I'm 11 minutes into this react, and my reaction to this reaction is already at 20 minutes. All reactions are not the fucking same. People being able to convert their viewers over are not the fucking same. And there are people who just sit there and eat and sit there and smoke, and they treat this shit like a fucking mukbang because they're so goddamn fat they couldn't possibly think about putting down the bong or putting down the chicken wing.
CPM's coming out of Qatar.
What the hell
You
is
kids love
going
anime, right?
What the hell is going on? I don't know. I'm done playing.
She's still going?
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost
Holy
the plot.
shit! Bro, am I crazy or like, man, Casey Tron looks fucking rough. Casey Tron age. Bro, she looking like that at 34? Holy shit. Jesus. Bitch looks 84.
Damn. Oh, the killer's so hard.
Jesus. Bro, she's smoking more than fucking Vape Nation, y'all. Like, damn, she should have made that video. She's still going?
They're very musical people. I know. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look? You think I made this? This isn't a music video, Hassan.
And as dumb as all of that is, this is the part that really got her sued.
You know what's crazy? Is that there's so many of my friends that people have made hit pieces over.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen me react to one of these hit pieces and try to detract from it, try to distract from it, or me directly address the points because they're easily disprovable? I react to these all the time over More Pegasus, Asmongold, Emmy, Nux Taco as well. I've done all these multiple times as of late. When you have to try to distract your audience from watching these videos, when you have to distract your audience from the truth, wouldn't it be better to just be critical of your friends and say, oh, wow, they really fucked up here? And then DM them afterwards and say, hey, this is kind of a bad look, and maybe you should think about trying to apologize and move forward from these actions because this one's too bad to distract people from. Also, Madman, I think with 5 good subs. But when you have to go live and your only defense for your friends is lying and distractions from the truth.
Yeah, it's not good. All right, I'm going to shut down a few things so I can run this smoother.
Yo.
How's it going over here?
What you mean?
I mean, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah. All right. Skills.
A snake. I slid it up.
You're good.
Hey, do me a favor. Go park in a regular place. You know, not in a handicap.
don't know, bro.
How you guys doing?
Yeah, it would have to be C6.
I'll be over there 7618.
This is 7618?
Yeah.
Hey, Killian.
7168. I think I said that backwards.
Davis, is that you?
Hey, can you guys do me a favor and park that in the
Davis,
parking
can you
lot?
talk to me for a minute?
Your hazards aren't on, so you're gonna have to move it over there.
They're busted out.
Well, maybe park it, in the right lane.
Whatever I want, dumb fuck.
I appreciate you.
One job, we just hit acetone from it.
All right, I'm on the clock. This is Loki. What you guys got going on? If anybody's on the radio, I got a suspicious looking flatbed over here by Ulta. I think we might have a stolen vehicle. I think somebody stole one of our vehicles. Maybe repainted it, you know? Call somebody.
What's up, man?
Hey, how you been?
Been all right.
Hey, you off the clock?
I'm getting ready to. I'm just here at the house to pick up Nova, and probably gonna head down to the lot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just checking if you're on the clock because I got some some crazy shit happening. I think one of those stolen flatbed. I think somebody repainted it, and it's over at Alta right now. Like, who else? Don't you have to have a license or a permit to drive one of those?
I'm not sure, but I need you to meet me at the lot. All right?
Yeah, I'm headed there.
All right. Well, I'll meet you down there. I got to talk to you and Spencer.
Yeah, got it.
All right? All right. I'll be there in maybe like 10 minutes. All right?
10 minutes. I'm there right now.
Not it. All right. Well, not even. Just give me at least 5. For real.
All right.
All right.
I'll see you in a bit.
Bye.
What up? How you doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, did you get a call from McCracken?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he said he wanted to meet us over here, so he said about 5 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna have a little sit down, a little talk. You know what I'm saying?
All right, right on. All right, give me a second.
All right.
How things going?
What'd you say, brother?
How are things going?
It's going all right, brother.
Yeah, you know, the family, everything.
Yeah, it's going good.
Right on.
Horrible.
What's going on?
Well, I just came over here and they put my car all the way in Sandy.
You said you're looking for icy. What are you looking for icy for?
I don't know. I'll see if we can help me out.
I mean, I'm sitting right here. I can help you too.
Shit, can I get these cheaper, bro? I'm broke. I'm from the south side, gang. Like, I got like 5. One's 35, one's.
You said what, brother?
I said I got 2 cars in impound from an incident with cops earlier.
Yeah.
And one's 2,500, one's 3,500. But I got. Can we work something out?
That's their fee. There's nothing I can do about that, brother. I think I impounded this one.
Oh, it was you. Okay.
Yeah. It was in the middle of the road?
No, it was way up in the mountains.
Oh, never mind. That wasn't me then. I like the color scheme on this thing, though.
Appreciate it.
Is Dre abound today?
I haven't seen him, no. Jack, I'm gonna give you keys for this one. Okay. And then I gotta go get the other one. How do I get back to the other side?
It's behind us.
Yeah.
I guess he's running late. Running
I'm
late.
about to call him. I'm about to call him.
Yeah.
What are you doing, brother? All right, I got you. I'll see you in a minute. All right, bye.
Hey, this is McCracken signing on.
10-4.
10-4.
So we're showing you 10-8?
Yeah, you show me 10-8.
10-4. So how'd your night go last night, brother?
Oh, me? Oh, man. I think I was up pretty late. I was up till 5, 6 in the morning, man. Talking to an old girlfriend.
Oh, here in the city?
No, yeah. Well,
We're talking out of head.
out ahead. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it was crazy, man. Talked to her. It was pretty good.
Gotcha.
Gotta. She moved way too far. As I moved into the city, she moved out to Idaho. Or no, Indiana.
Ooh.
Fuck, right? Crazy shit.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Fuck, far as hell. Yeah, it is what it is.
Time in Indianapolis. So.
Yeah. Well, her mom was getting released from custody. Type of shit. So I was like, well, it's family. I can't keep you from doing that, you know. Family comes first, you know.
Fellas.
Hey, what's up? You guys got on the jeans today. It was Relax Fit, huh?
Hey, this is a newer upper management uniform.
Oh, all right. Right on. Looks good.
All right, we come here, we'll sit down and have a little talky talk. So, I guess we can lead with the situation at hand. So I kind of got an email from one of the managers. His name's Icy.
Oh, yeah.
He kind of told me that last night he was trying to help you with your truck and stuff, and supposedly you called the PD on him, tried to get him say he was kidnapping you and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was crazy. They threw chalks under my tires, and they were acting wild.
What do you mean they threw chalks under your tire?
They threw chalks under the tire. I wasn't able to drive, and
was the bed of the trailer down? I mean, was the rollback down?
I don't know what went on, but they didn't want to let me go. I think they were out partying and having a good time.
I mean, we at the same time I got told that you might have been intoxicated last night driving a company truck.
Nah, I would never do that.
Okay. I mean, I heard it from PD and from the manager.
Well, the PD I told them I wasn't drinking. There was no drinking happening.
Okay. Then supposedly I had a guy come up and speak to one of the supervisors and told me that supposedly you were in SADOT uniform. Maybe you might have stabbed him or murdered him. I don't know what happened to him.
What?
Supposedly stole from him. He said he's got it all on clip.
Oh no, there's There was this is some other guy. They had their own shit going on between them, and I don't know. It was a scuffle in between these other guys. But I think he took a trip to the ocean or something. I don't know.
No, he said he had it on clip and he sent it up to the Angels.
Ah.
So, yes, I don't know. I mean, it's just, it looks bad because you were in uniform when all of it went down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
And it's just, it's something that I don't want my business associated with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's a clip of this. Where's this clip?
Oh yeah, it's a clip of it. Yeah.
How do
We're
you?
gonna review the clip and see what happened.
I think it was edited. I think it was
As
edited.
of right now, Loki, my recommendation is we do a suspension because this is, if it's all hearsay and the clip doesn't show anything, it can be reinstated. But as of right now, that's just, I don't know, man. If the clip comes out and clears you, we're good. If the clip comes out and there's a bunch of bad shit up that you're doing in a uniform, what else are we supposed to
I
do?
mean, I'd rather be honest with me so I can might save you, because something might have happened that made you have to do that.
Yeah, no, he had a tussle. He had an issue with the other gentleman, and they went out, and I don't know. I don't think he would have any type of. He wouldn't have anything on him.
I mean,
it makes no sense how he could have clipped anything because he got taken. He went for a swim,
I got you, but I mean, it's just I don't want.
All
There
right,
shouldn't-
let me ask you this just
there
point
shouldn't
blank.
be any
Were you
evidence.
involved in somebody taking a swim?
I didn't. I had no part in nothing. Telling you.
I mean, but you.
All I know is the
Texted
dude.
me and told me that a guy went swimming.
Yeah. Yeah. The guy went swimming because I don't know. He had a tussle and an encounter with this other gentleman. And
Okay.
I don't know. It is what it is. But
Were you speaking in third person, or was this an actual other gentleman?
no, this is an actual other person there. I think he was gang related or something. I don't know. I don't know what he had going on, but he was trying to steal something from the other guy, and I was like, all right, I don't know. Let me calm this situation down. I told him, calm the hell down. Everything's going to, and then they just started flipping out, and it was crazy, man. It was nuts.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'm gonna when the tape comes to me, I'm gonna review it, and then from there we're gonna make what kind of if it shows that you're clear.
Well, if there's any tape, then it's edited. There can't be any actual. No, there's no way. There's no way. There's nothing. It's got to be AI generated or something, man. It's not real.
So you're 100%. There was none of this that you were in any wrongdoing here.
I didn't do nothing wrong.
Is Icy in town?
Let me call him, see if he's awake.
Loki, you and I go back, man. I don't like being in this predicament.
Yeah, no, I try to keep my hands clean. I wash.
He's not awake.
I wash my hands once in a while. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I try to keep clean. Everything's legit.
It's just like when we interviewed you, I told you I wanted to rebuild the business and give it a better reputation, and then I get information of you out in the uniform. If all else, you're in the uniform when all this went down. That's my problem.
I was towing vehicles down there, and then just shooting the shit with a couple of people out there, and those guys got into it. I don't know. I tried to calm the situation down, and dude hit him with something like a sledgehammer,
So if everything comes back clear, so you could probably be a witness in this situation.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, if there's any kind of video evidence, that's AI generated. That's not even real, man. It's not. It's fake.
Well, I'm just saying it was sent to the angels. They're gonna do their investigation, and then they're gonna reach out to me, and then I'm gonna do mine. That's the reason why we're having this conversation, because I want your side of it. Because at that point it was he said, he said, she said kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll have to. Yeah, I just responded to a text. I don't know. Was it this man? What was his name? I think his name is.
I don't know his name right off. So
I traded phone numbers. I think he was asking about a job. I was going to give him a job here, but I don't know. I don't know what happened. He said in the last text message, he says, "Enjoy the prayers, and your boss will hear about it." And I said, "Hear about what?" His number is 520-665. Yeah.
520-665.
There, I just shared it with you. Yeah. I was going to get him on board with us.
What's his name in there?
Ben. His name is Ben's phone.
I didn't get it.
Oh, let me try it again.
You said it was 5. Just hand me the number. I'll write it down and say.
Some of them are blocked, so I can't. There it is.
Ben's phone?
Yeah. That's it. Hey, I tried to get the guy a job. I traded numbers with him, and I was like, "Yeah, we'll talk to Spencer."
I'm not getting a Ben's phone that you're handing me. So.
Well, whatever number that you just got, you said you. It doesn't. It said you accepted it. Here, I'll text it to you. Let me text it to you.
Text me the number.
Because I can't see the full number. There's like some security stuff going on with this phone, and I don't understand it. That should have worked, right?
Yeah. At that time, okay.
Yeah.
You said his name Ben?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the same. I'm pretty sure that's the same gentleman I talked to last night, and he got into it with the other guy, and I tried to calm the situation down, and it went crazy. The dude pulled out a sledgehammer, started hitting people. I don't know.
I got his number now, so I'll get in touch with him, and get him to sit down with me. We'll try to de-escalate this.
Yeah, for sure.
But like the chief here said, maybe until we can get this figured out, I think suspension would probably be the best.
Well, who do I talk to about this? This, who's going to oversee this video? Because
that's going to be the angels. They will reach out to you.
Okay, because I need to have a conversation with them because there's some corrupt.
Unless you can go into emails and put in a ticket.
Yeah.
Or do like a player report and it's put in there that a situation went down, your name was brought up, suppose there's a video involved, and you want to know what what you could do, or you want to just ask about the situation, something like that.
Yeah. Hold on. Can I play out a character for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, for real.
Hang on 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm in the Discordia if you want to come out of character.
Okay, yeah, let's come out of character. Hold on, let me talk. Let me show you what's up. There you are. Hey, what up? Dude, so what really went down is I was over there shooting the shit with those guys, and then I had to pull the fucking gun out, and I busted a few shots at that fucking guy, and then he was like all pissed off and in text. He was like, "I'm gonna report you, blah blah blah, fuck you," and I was like, "Dude, we're emptying your pockets, And he's like, "There's a clip," and I was like, "There can't be a clip because we're emptying your fucking pockets and we're dumping you in the ocean." So me and Boy fucking took him over there and dumped him in the ocean. So that I don't know whatever fucking video that they have, but it shouldn't be used as evidence. Do I? No. They fucking got into it, and I was having dudes back, and I was like, "Oh fuck, no. Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. I was saying there shouldn't be any video evidence because we emptied it, and I cleaned my hands. Like I washed my hands in the fucking water, and then I did everything you could that you're supposed to do to get away with shit like that, right? Yeah. Who do I talk to? So that's BTRP. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, where's I don't fucking see any of that. It's locked up. It's probably locked. I probably have to show it visible. Yeah, BTRP first responder. Okay, the other one. Okay, hold on. Say dot. Fuck, where is the other one? God damn it. On the fucking website, on the Discord, I mean. No, I don't think I am. Where the fuck did it go? I had to rearrange all my. I got too many Discords, dude. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Cool. I'm in there. Boom. Oh, yeah. Create a ticket. Yeah. Staff. Support. Create a ticket. All right. How do I report that player? I don't remember his name. Ben? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's not fucking role playing at that point, and he's breaking the rules of the fucking the Discord. Yeah. Please be Yeah. Yeah, I'm fucking role playing. That motherfucker didn't know how. Yeah, for sure. I got to actually go play in a little bit. I got to go play a real role playing game, Dungeons and Dragons, with my buddies. Yeah, but yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Let's break. Let's get back into character. My bad.
Against you, and to keep ourselves and the company protected, I am going to place you on administrative leave.
Is it paid leave?
No, sir.
Oh man.
So you need to take him.
I'm not waving my hands at you. I just want to make sure the
So you need to take him in the office and go to the boss menu and do it that way.
Oh, you want
Alright.
to take him out of the system? He just doesn't clock in until.
I mean,
things are squared?
I don't know. I mean, could you abide by not clocking in?
Yeah, I don't care. I won't clock in, man.
Okay. We'll just
Yeah, I understand you guys got to do what you got to do, but I'll have to talk to the to whoever's under control of all that situation.
Yeah, just talk to the IA, okay?
Oh yeah.
I appreciate you being understanding of the decision we've had to come to here. But
Oh.
as soon as it's all
I'd hate to
squared
see
away.
you go, so because you are a good worker. It's just we gotta do our part to make sure that the situation is handled. You know what I mean?
I fully understand, guys. I fully understand.
And we do want to get this took care of so that you can come back, because I would love to see you work for the company and maybe move up the ladder some. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure, for sure. Well,
we just
you guys.
we just got to remember to not do things in uniform.
Oh yeah, I understand. Let me put my uniform back up. I'll hand this to you guys.
Always watching, Lebowski.
I appreciate you. Hand me a uniform, and then once the decision made, we'll give it back to you.
Man, this is the worst part of this position.
I know it is. But like I said again, we do apologize.
Oh, it's okay. It's all good,
I hope
guys.
there's no hard feelings.
Oh, there's no hard feelings. We'll probably work together in the future. I'll see what happens with this damn evidence bullshit. They ain't got nothing.
John White's got hard feelings. That mother tries to murder me every day.
Who's that? John White, huh? Crazy ass fella, huh?
Yeah, he's crazy.
Yeah.
Sometimes shows
That
up
guy,
as a
if that
gorilla.
guy went swimming, ain't nobody miss him.
Just saying.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. All right. Well, what do you guys? Well, I'm gonna go party. I'm gonna go have a drink. You know what I mean?
All right, brother. Well, you have a good one. Drink for us. We can't drink
Yeah.
on the job.
Yeah, I understand. I'm gonna go have.
Loki, if you need anything, man, just call me. All right.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right. I'll catch you guys later.
Later.
That fucking piece of shit, dude. Yeah. Okay. Okay. No, I don't want any. No. I'm good. Yeah, not right now. Yeah, we went to oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we went to Walmart, and that was a nightmare. The one on the north side, we went there, and then they had 3 people just standing there. Guys ringing up stuff slow as hell in the garden section. Those people suck so bad, dude. I'm like, dude, I even told Cammy, now we're ordering off of Amazon. I don't want to come to this damn store anymore. Yeah, I don't like that one either. I don't like any of them. Yeah, you got 3 people standing there. One's a loss preventing fucking what knows wasting fucking money. They need him on a register. They got 2 registers. They only got 1 person, 3 people standing there, only 1 person on it. He's slow as hell. And it's just stupid, man. So whack. And then the other time I was pissed. Yeah, we don't have to. You don't have to support that. You just don't go, and they lose money. The more money you pay them, the more money that the more reason that they can do it the way they fucking want. If you don't pay for it, you don't do it. And even self-checkout. Now I gotta, hello? Yeah. Finishing a conversation, finishing my sentence. All the shit that you got to go down there and you got to wait for a cash register, and what they got to self-check out, and then you got to bag your items, check your items out, and then show them the receipt like you didn't steal anything. And then meanwhile, they are not paying the extra people that they could pay to be out there to monitor and make sure that all the items are seen and accounted for, because they don't want to pay extra money for it. That's the reason why they're getting their shit stolen. Well, just to not wait in line, I would steal their shit. Because that waiting in line sucks ass. That shit's crazy. Yeah, and no. Oh, the whole corporation, the whole business, it sucks. It's garbage. They need to delete that shit. It's about over with anyways. Amazon's taking it over. I don't understand it. They're in business. And the other time that pissed me off is I grabbed a bunch of groceries, and then I grabbed I was going to get a beer or two, and then he's like, "You have RD?" And I was like, "Dude, you've seen me like a billion times. Like, you're going to ID me again? Like, I don't have my ID. It was stolen or it's lost." And dude was... he was so adamant, and I was like, all right, well, have fun putting all these groceries back, dude. Like, this is stupid. He's seen me a billion times in there. That's what's crazy. That pisses me the hell off. Yeah, I walked out. Told him have fun putting all the groceries back. Last time, that's why I hadn't gone to Walmart for a good... well, I don't care. They got to pay them. They got to pay their people to do it. The company loses money because they got to pay somebody to fucking do it. They're all stupid. They're all stupid as hell. All these department stores, they're going to hell. They're all gone. People are having shit delivered. It's their own fault. I don't know about that. I think it's the company's fault. The company hires those fuckheads. Yeah. 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 All right. No, I'm good. That was a long time ago. No, today it was 3 of them that couldn't do their fucking jobs, and then there's like, oh, the cash register crashed and it's not working. I was like, oh my god, this company sucks. I was telling them, dude, I don't want to come back to this. I don't want to do this again. I ain't coming back to Walmart. I was excited because you had to wait for them to grab the stuff out of the cabinet too, so that takes 30 minutes. Everything's locked up, so what's the point? I might as well just order it and send it to my fucking house. And then I don't have to pay the gas money. I ain't got to do... There's a bunch of shit that runs smoother. I don't know. It just sucks. You can. Yeah, you can. I've done it. You do a real... Yeah, I've done it. I had Hennessy delivered to a party when I was drinking, and I wasn't wanting to drive. Yeah, I've done it. Yeah, All right. Well, I'll talk to you later. I'll be down there in the next half an hour or so. All right. Yeah. Okay. Bye. Yeah. Hey. What up? What's up, Crazy? How you been? Hey, what up? What are you doing?
Hi. Hello.
Is this Baby Shark?
Well, I'm a shark. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a baby.
Oh, it's Lady Shark. My bad.
Lady Shark, it's fine. Thank you.
Baby shark, do 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 do. Baby shark, do 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 do. Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
I'm alright. How are you?
You know, chilling. But what you got going on for tonight?
I'm just waking up for a little bit, and then I'm probably gonna, think about some sleep because I gotta think about nightmares.
Oh, all right.
Really early in the morning, so.
Oh, damn. Hey, you heard about anybody hiring around town?
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. This is the first time I've been awake this week, so I have no idea.
All right. Well, shit, I don't know. I just lost my job on some fucking hearsay type of bullshit, you know? Yeah,
People are fucking stupid.
Yeah, I have to wait for the angels to go over the. They gotta, read some of the messages and whatnot. I don't know. It's all complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you had a job out here?
No, I haven't had a job at all.
No?
Since I flew in.
Oh, what do you get into? You got some ways of getting money around
hang
here?
out with some people and boost some cars. I'm just a getaway driver. That's all I do.
Oh, all right. Right on. Who's this guy?
You have a good one, man.
All right, you too. Hey, what's up, bro? What are you doing up there? What up, my dude? What you got going on?
Not shit. Currently waiting on somebody to go to jail.
Oh shit. Waiting on somebody to go to jail.
Yep.
For what?
List of activities.
Oh shit. Man, are you like undercover or something?
Kinda. I guess you could say that, but not for the police.
All right. Hey, did you know anybody that's hiring around here?
Hiring like a job?
Yeah, like the job that you do.
The job that I do is illegal activities.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm looking to make a quick buck, you know what I mean?
A quick buck, or are you looking for a long-term thing?
Just here, to make a little bit of money here and there, Yeah, hell yeah, dude.
Well, the reason I ask is because I'm the consigliere of the Gambino family.
Oh yeah, that's a lifetime. Fucking commitment right there, brother.
Right, that's why I was asking, are you looking for just short change, or are you looking for a long-term thing?
Nah, just short change, brother. Just a little bit of work here and there,
I would highly suggest going and doing a logging job.
What is that exactly?
Said, let me see. Postal code 1082.
Okay.
you'll see an icon. It says 4, but it's 3 people standing together.
1082, huh?
Yeah.
Let me look for it. Oh yeah, that's way out there. That's the lumberjack job. What the hell?
Yeah. It's probably the best paying job in the city that's not illegal.
Oh yeah. Right on.
You'll make on one run you'll make like $3,000, and then you'll get a bunch of materials,
Okay.
and then those materials you can sell throughout the city to different like mech shops and shit like that.
All right. Right on. I'll have to go check that out.
Yeah. Here, take my number down. I might even buy some of those materials from you.
Yeah, man. I got you. What do you go by? My name's Loki, by the way.
It's Killian. You can call me Killa.
Killian? Call you Killer. All right.
Yep.
Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, I appreciate the info.
Yeah, it's no problem. Like I said, it's probably the best city job. You make good money, you get good materials.
I get you.
And
Sounds
then if
pretty.
you're looking for, more long things, you can always holler at me.
Oh hell yeah! I appreciate you. I actually got to go pick up my bike at an impound.
I gotcha.
Yeah, some shit happened, so I don't know. Got into it with another one of these workers over here, and shit happens. Hey,
Understandable. That's a good thing about logging. You can do it by yourself.
yeah, right on. Yeah, I'm gonna go check that out. I gotta go get my bike at an impound though. Hey, I appreciate you. Think you have a good one. All right.
You too.
What are you doing?
I just fell through the ground.
You fall. Are you on drugs? How many drugs are you on? 1 or 3?
All.
Oh shit! I just seen the skateboard over there. It fell through the ground. You might not be. You might actually be for real. Like that might actually be happening. You might not be on drugs. He said all. He said all the drugs, sir. Hey, you want a job?
I've already got a job, honestly.
Okay, I'm about to head to the lumber mill, make some money, I guess.
Yeah, I'm
Where do you work? Where do you work?
I own White Widow.
You own? Oh, nice! I just bought some fucking joints from that place the other day. They're pretty fucking good, dude. They're pretty spot on.
They'll make you mellow as fuck.
Hell yeah! Hey, you guys hiring?
No, we are not.
Not currently. All right.
What's going on?
All right, bro. I'll catch you later.
I feel it. All right, later, man.
welfare trash. What? Why has that been on repeat for the past 5 minutes? What the fuck's going on? Like every NPC is saying welfare trash. What the fuck, dude? I was like, yes, I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh shit. Hey, what the fuck you doing, crazy? Crazy. Is he's sleeping? He's sleeping. He's sleeping again. He's snoring. What? Oh shit! Breakout. Oh, okay, I'll get the crack pipe. Hold up. Hold up. How's shit been, man? What have you been up to? First Ascendant? Oh yeah, I heard it was pretty good. I haven't fucked with it yet. I've been too busy with Marvel Rivals and now GTA because of McCracken. It's all his fault. Yeah, Suvox and Ballistic, yeah, they're playing it too. They've been on it. No, they're just doing custom their own private servers. They're not in here. I told them to come chill, but yeah, we should. Oh yeah, girls' night. Yeah. It's fucking weird, yeah. It would be hilarious though. All of us do fucking. Oh, dude. Yeah. Oh shit! Learn all the terms to this fucking game is ridiculous, though. Yeah, they're like in my head. The angels. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nightmares. The nightmares. I'm like, what the fuck is a nightmare? I don't either. Like having to live a real life. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta go to work. I like it. That's hilarious. Yeah. No, you didn't install the catheter? Bro, you're fucking up. You got to install the catheter before starting gameplay. She said she needs it. Or you could just get a bucket. That's the second option right there. I can't believe that kid fucking reported me. What a fucking dick. This guy, he got into it with another fucking kid last night, and I was having his back, and I fucking I pulled out the gun on him. I said, "You need to fucking chill the fuck out." And I fucking started shooting at him, and it just flew off from there. The dude pulled out a sledgehammer and fucking knocked the dude out. So I was like, and he was texting in the chat and shit. He's like, "Well, you're a SADOT worker. I'm gonna clip that. I'm gonna get you fired." And I was like, "Dude, I just ran through your pockets. You have no evidence. Like, I deleted your phone. Everything's fucking done. It's game over." And then you throw them in the ocean, and they forget everything that they know for the next 30 minutes in game. So that's what we did. We ran his pockets, and we threw him in the ocean. So I gotta talk to those motherfuckers about that shit. So. Yeah, my fucking dog ate half of my pizza. He jumped on the fucking table and ate half the fucking pizza. I just bought that bitch. I was pissed. Yeah, my daughter comes. My demon, my daughter. My daughter came into the room and she's like, "Max on the table eating the pizza." I was fucking pissed. Hey, how you doing?
This where I got to?
No.
Hey, what are you guys doing? He said it's an order. You guys can't do that without me. The fuck? You guys are fucking up. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I didn't do nothing wrong. Like I told you, I got away. I fucking cleaned my hands. I fucking there. How are you gonna? I don't understand what old boy is all about. Like, isn't that the point of cleaning your hands and then dumping somebody in the ocean? Is that you're getting away with the fucking crime? Like, yeah. It was, what it was is it was AI generated video. If you want to role play, I'm a role play, and that shit's edited. That shit was edited. It's a mankini. Yeah. Oh, hold on. How do you fucking? How you get? Yeah, we're gonna have to go to. How do you do this shit? Hold on. I don't know. I just make another fucking character, I guess, but. How do you do this? shit. Hold on.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, Icy?
What's up?
Hey, bro. I don't know, some crazy shit happened. Spencer and McCracken had a talk with me. They told me that they accused me of drinking and driving and all kinds of shit, man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you not remember what you did last night?
No, I remember.
That's
a little,
the point. 'Cause
a little bit.
You were drinking.
No. I wouldn't be drinking. I wouldn't be drinking and driving a truck. You got me fucked up.
Yeah, you can't remember what you did last night.
No, I remember.
No, you don't. No,
They
you
also the other thing is some other guy accused me of killing him. Some kind of fucking.
That I can't prove. That I can't prove or disprove because that didn't involve me.
It was insane, man. They had this conversation with me. I told Spencer and McCracken what happened, dude. I was like, hey, this guy. I was shooting the shit in the parking lot in Alta, and some dude he was getting into it with this other guy, And I was like, all right, everybody calm the fuck down. And I tried to calm the situation down. I pulled out my weapon, but the other guy pulled out a sledgehammer and started beating the shit out of the and killed the motherfucker. And then he went and dumped him. He said, I'm gonna go dump him in the ocean. And I was like, oh shit, all right, dump him in the ocean, I guess. It was wild, bro. It was wild fucking night. So now they're accusing me of being a part of that. Can you believe that shit?
Yeah, I can't believe that shit. You were there. That means you're part of it.
I wasn't. I didn't have any. I didn't do anything wrong. I stood up. I stood my ground.
Well,
you know what?
I can't say whether you did or didn't. I wasn't there, and it didn't involve me.
I stood my ground. The other guy. He got excessive and he fucking smashed him and killed him with the hammer. I don't know what to say about that.
I don't know what to say either. Like I said, I wasn't there. I can't disprove or prove anything.
Well, we're gonna have to go to court. I'm gonna need a jury. It's gonna be a wild ride, man.
Oh.
I don't back down for shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, good luck with that.
Yeah. Well, you heard of shit?
Kind of cock blocking me right now.
What do you mean? Oh, you trying to get laid?
I'm with the chick I've been seeing right now. You called me. You're doing that last night too.
Oh, well, three's a party.
Not happening.
Shit. Yeah. Well, anyways, man. You hear anybody hiring around town? Let me know. All right.
Good luck.
Oh yeah. All right, brother. I won't keep you no longer.
Bye.
See ya.
All right,
bye. Shit, that's funny. I got to start clipping this shit. All this shit's comedy gold, bro. Oh, I don't need that. Do you hear me? Crazy? This shit is fucking comedy gold, brother. put this? I don't know how to operate this. Like, I don't know how to fucking pick the trees up and shit. I don't want to control the crane no more. I want to drop off the fucking remote. Nice truck, buddy. Tap in, got you for life. All right, let me check. These guys are gonna be doing a. Oh, where'd my beer go? Right there. It's all fucking warm now. All right. I think I'm going to have to call it a day. Oh, shit.